Good morning, everyone. As the clock has struck 9 a.m, we'll begin today's hearing. I would like to declare open this hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme for the committee inquiry into the integrity of the NDIS. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. We will be conducting today's hearing in person and via video conference. I have Senator Mulholland with me today. Thank you for joining me. And online I have Deputy Chair Senator Kovacic, Miss Berry, Mr Pike and Senator Steele-John joining us on video conference. And good morning to you all. And thank you to you, Jordan, for getting up a couple of hours early. Good start for you. WA does have its beautiful, but it has its challenges. So these are public hearings being video streamed live with captions via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses in giving evidence to the committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground on which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the grounds which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that an answer is given in camera. I remind officials that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a Department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy, and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. The resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I would remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference if we can all turn off our phones or mute the microphone. I would also like to note that we have representatives of the media here with us today. I remind the media that this permission can be revoked at any time, and the media must follow the direction of Secretariat staff. And if a witness objects to being filmed or photographed, the committee will consider this request. So I'd like to thank everyone who has joined us today. This is a really significant inquiry. The Minister has actually referred this to us, asked us to take this up, and we've risen to the challenge. So on that note, thank you, and I would like to invite the representatives from the National Disability Insurance Agency, the NDIS, the National Disability Insurance Agency, Services Australia and Australian Criminal Intelligence Committee, who are appearing in their capacity as part of the Fraud Fusion Task Force. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your full name and capacity in which you appear today? Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start. Good morning. Scott McNaughton. I'm the Deputy CEO of the Service Delivery Group at the National Disability Insurance Agency.
Good morning, Chair. My name's Adam Meyer. I'm the Executive Director for Mission Coordination and Analysis Division at the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission.
Good morning, Chair. Chris Davey. I'm the National Manager of Operational Analysis at the ACIC.
Morning, Chair. Peter Timpson, the General Manager for Fraud Control and Investigations Division in Services Australia.
Morning, Chair. Chris Birra, Deputy CEO of Payments Integrity Group and Services Australia.
Good morning, Chair. John Dardo, Deputy CEO in the NDAA, looking after integrity and technology, and Chris and I both co-chair the Fraud Fusion Task Force.
Right. Well, thank you once again for being here today. Looking forward to the discussion ahead. Would you like to make an opening address?
Chair, no, we wouldn't from the agency's perspective, but we would just like to draw attention to the committee that we have made a joint portfolio submission with the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing, ourselves and the Quality and Safeguards Commission, so we'll refer to that.
Right, well, thank you very much. I will begin with a number of questions. Submissions touched on a range of forms of non-compliance. Could you describe the forms of misconduct that you see as most significant or that are occurring most often?
Yeah, I think in our submission we've detailed that there are some forms of non-compliance that we can statistically calculate, and those forms of non-compliance are detailed on page 11 of the submission and page 12 of the submission. And what I would articulate is that those forms of non-compliance are ones that are easily detectable and statistically able to be validated. And they include examples of claims where it is quite easy to identify that they're probably inconsistent with services that have been provided. So the service might not have been provided. It might be that the claim is ongoing and repetitive duplicate claiming. It might be that the rates that are being charged are inconsistent with the period of the claim. So, for example, a provider is deliberately putting weekday rates instead of weekend rates instead of weekday rates. It might be that the claims are coming from problematic providers where we know that they're unable to provide those types of services or don't have a workforce to provide those services. And it could be claims where we are seeing rapid drawdown of funds that would be inconsistent with somebody being able to purchase or receive that service so quickly. So,
thank you. Would anyone like to add to that? No. Thank you. So the task force was established in 2022, and can you describe what was in place before the Fraud Fusion Task Force was set up, including how many staff were working on this issue compared with now? I have a couple of follow-up questions relating to that, relating to non-compliance, but if anyone would like to respond to that, would that be yourself, Mr. Dardo? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there would have been some people working on integrity within the agency. And the numbers range depending on exactly which month or which period you're counting, but it ranges between 10 to 20 investigators. So these would be people that would be investigating the more serious end of the crime. There would have been some analysts that do analysis of data, some people working on intelligence. In total, across all of those different work types, and some people that were doing payment integrity work, so looking at a claim after the claim had been made and been paid in most cases. You're talking in a vicinity of, total across all of those different work types, 100 to 120 odd people.
And in contrast to that today, what are the numbers of staff that are now involved in the task force, and do you think that investment in those staff is reaping results in terms of being able to disrupt people who are ripping off the scheme?
Yeah, and I think the investment in integrity workforces has been both within the agency, but the task force has now also brought together 24 Commonwealth agencies. That's the Commonwealth agencies. The task force also works with every state and territory police force and with some of the crime commissions. And so the operational firepower that's available to the task force now is not just the people within the NDIA. The operational firepower now available to the task force is people from Services Australia, from AFP. CDPP have dedicated resources working on cases, the ACIC, but every state and territory has contributed resources to operational cases. And in some cases, crime commissions in the states have helped us with seizing or locking up assets. So there is 120 people, about 110 people in our agency that are Fraud Fusion Task Force staff. In addition to that, we have several hundred other people now working in integrity space, 104 working in payment integrity, another 100 funded through BAU working on things like analytics. So in total, our integrity workforce is in the realm of about 600 people within the agency. And on top of that, we've got the support of all of the people in the other agencies that work on cases with us and the state and territory police forces that now do a lot of operational work along with the AFP. And can I just say, that partnership, in some cases, is unfunded contributions. So there's the funded workforce, but the majority of the task force agencies are not funded for this work. They're still leaning in, and the states and territories are not funded for this work, and they're still leaning in.
And if I may add to Mr. Dardo's response, Chair, one of the real sort of values also that the task force construct brings is that that work across those 25 agencies that Mr. Dardo mentioned, that increasingly we see that that sort of offending against Commonwealth programs is committed by people who are quite agnostic about which program it is. And so we do see through the work of the task force, and I know it does go a bit beyond the remit of the committee, that it also is an opportunity to improve integrity across a range of government payment programs, and is therefore sort of protective of the integrity of government outlays more broadly, but including the NDIS payments. And that's been a real important sort of opportunity for us to share information, particularly in that strategic prevention and upfront control prior to payment, and being able to share experiences, insights and observations across different agencies.
So do you think that the task force has made a difference to enforcement and action to those who have ripped off the scheme, which we know has happened? Can you give me a comparison between before the task force was set up and what we have now? And really, do you think that it's value for money?
If I give you, there's a few different indicators, but if I give you an indicator of almost contemporary activity, like activity that's current, and the reason, like sometimes it's easy to talk about prosecutions, but remember, prosecutions have a lag time. It takes 6 months, 12 months, 2 years, 3 years to get a prosecution through the courts. So the most contemporary indicator of activity is usually for the sharp end, for the really extreme end, is warrant activity. There would have been approximately 30 warrants in the calendar years of 2018, 19, 20 and 21 in total. That's right. In total. In total. Last calendar year, 2025, we did 77 warrants. So 77 in 1 year versus 30 in 4 years. So that gives you an idea of the tempo and the speed that the task force now acts with at the most extreme end of the activity. But to go to Mr. Berra's point, the prevention focus, which has been an extraordinary part of the task force work, the capability from across those agencies has a really strong understanding of how you build integrity into systems. And so the task force has worked through what an architecture looks like to ensure the integrity of a program. And that architecture, which was developed quite early on during the task force, has been the guiding principle for how we now invest in NDIA systems to build up the layers of defence in NDIA systems. Right? And so the task force has informed the investments we've made in the agency to build systems that that ideally prevent things from happening. And the motto of that whole program is about how you make it easier to get it right and harder to get it wrong. So I just want to emphasise the task force, it does the hard stuff, but the most important work in a task force is not the hard stuff. The most important work is imagining a new system and then informing the design of the layers of defence for that system.
Right. So since the task force has set up and the changes that have been made, do you think that people with disability, who are the people that, we are here to serve as government, and do you think that their lives have been made better by the type of changes and investments that have been made? I know this is an opinion, but...
What I can point to is that the task force has identified and removed from the system some very significant problematic providers. And the task force has also provided intelligence into the agency that has allowed us through other mechanisms, through administrative mechanisms, because you've got to do more than just prosecute, you've got to do a whole lot of things underneath it, through administrative mechanisms to remove several thousand providers from claiming against the scheme. And so the work of the task force has enabled us to do work both under the guise of the task force, but also enabled us to do work in the administrative space within the scheme to remove over 2,500 providers from claiming against participants. And the majority of those were providers where they posed a risk in the way they were claiming. They were claiming for things that those participants were not getting, were not receiving, and were not getting in terms of quality. So you would, that removing those problematic providers and redirecting participants to a more a high quality provider has got to be good for the scheme and got to be good for the participants.
And I'd add, Chair, that the task force is one piece of a broader picture of enhancing and ensuring the integrity of the scheme, and that adds to public confidence by both participants but also the broader community in the scheme, and that the funds are being used as per the intention of the scheme, but also in everything that the Fraud Fusion Task Force does, and when Mr Dardo and I sort of chair the IDCs of the task force, the well-being of participants is always at the core of what it is that we're focused the activity on, as well as using that upfront integrity by design, so that we're not chasing payments so much in the future, but actually ensuring sort of integrity from the outset, so people can have confidence when they engage with the system, whether they're a participant or whether they're a legitimate and valued provider.
So I think that is good to hear, that it is making a real difference for people with disability on the scheme. Can I ask you, with the changes that have been made and the providers that are no longer, who have been questionable, that have been targeted by Fraud Fusion, can you put a monetary value on the savings that have occurred and can then be reinvested into helping the lives of people with disability? Can you put a dollar figure on what has been the dollars saved, taxpayers' dollars saved, since the scheme has come on board compared to prior?
Yeah, and I think, and this is a really important thing to articulate, when we look at benefits, I'll use an easy analogy. If you ask somebody, if you're building a ship and sending it from here to, I don't know, London, it would be hard to quantify what part of that trip you attribute to the engine versus the staff on the ship, the crew on the ship, versus the navigation system versus, the hull of the ship, if you know what I mean. So when we think about integrity, there are three big things that are coming together. to give us the integrity benefits. One is the task force, one is the systems uplifts that we're building within the agency, another one is the payment integrity work that we're doing to try and do more in prepayment detection and treatment, and then clearly how we embed more integrity practices right across our delivery spaces and within the agency. So it is really hard to say of the benefits that we're realising how much of that is a task force versus a system uplift versus, payment integrity prepayment. So, but the estimate at the moment for the interventions that we implemented up until between September and December last year, and there's a lag time before you can count the benefit, but those estimates are that to date and for the forwards, which is up until June 2029, it's $3.4 billion of benefits. A proportion of that is redirected. It's redirected funds to genuine services or providers, and then a proportion of that is actual cash savings to the scheme. And keep in mind that that doesn't include the interventions that have been implemented between then and now, because there's a lag time before you count the benefits from those interventions. So that will only grow. So that more than exceeds the funding of the task force or the funding of the systems uplifts or the funding of payment integrity.
Well, thank you. That is a good result, and thank you for the hard work you do on that. My final question is, prior to 2022, and do you think that there were sufficient guardrails to ensure that there wasn't the corruption? And in terms of payments being put through, can you give me an indication of prior to 2022, what was the level of payments going through that weren't scrutinised, and what is the payment level that are being scrutinised now, and what does that mean for the scheme today?
I think, the program was established as per our submission. Our submission is pretty clear that there are contributing factors to why programs may not have the integrity built in by design, but the program was established quite quickly. I think there were some assumptions about how the program would work and the market would work and the claiming systems would work. But if I describe how claiming worked in 2022,
Or prior to?
Well, up until, I'll use end of 2022 as sort of like the window.
Yeah.
But what, and I can't talk before that. I wasn't here before, September 2022. But in September 22, when I arrived and we looked at claiming, I think the thing that surprised us was there were staff trying to do the right thing in looking at claiming. But the way the claiming system had been built and was running was that if a person, for example, I'll use a participant as an example, a participant put in a claim. If a participant put in a claim, that claim would go into a file. That payment file would be processed at approximately 6 p.m. or sometime after 6 p.m. that night, and the payment would appear in the person's bank account usually the next day. And so there's this speed of payments getting out was the primary motivator of the system design.
Right.
To extract the payment from that payment file was a very manual and difficult process. And so for an integrity officer that existed then to try and extract the payment out, that was a manual extraction, and the maximum they could extract was maybe 20 to 30 claims per day. If they wanted to stop the payment file, for that payment from going out, they would have had to have done the extraction well before 5 p.m. and then had manually go back in and find a way to get the agency processing that payment file to stop the payment. So at a logistical level, there was no physical way you could look at claims between 5 and 6 p.m.
Right.
So any claims between 5 and 6 p.m. were being paid without any human eyeballs on them.
Right.
Right?
So it was like an ATM in a sense. We didn't have the checks and balances in place.
And even for claims before 5 p.m, because you couldn't extract more than that volume, even if you wanted to, you couldn't look at high volumes. So one of the first things that we built when we got funding for the crackdown on fraud systems uplift was we built the ability to delay all payments by 24 hours to give us 24 hours to look at them. The second thing we built was the ability to do a bulk view and extraction of as many as we needed to pull out. So we could pull out 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, and to analyse, and the ability to bulk hold. So instead of being able to only hold 20 payments a day, we could hold as many as we needed to hold. So the ability to just do those basic those basic things that you would expect in a risk-based system, they didn't exist. We built them. And then we were able to start putting intelligence over the top of that and think about what are the risk attributes that make a claim detectable and treatable. So we now do, we now assess more claims in a day than could be done before 2022 in a year. So in any given year, they had a physical limit of what they could do. We can now assess more claims in a day than they could do in a year.
And in the integrity of government payments, such as the scheme, Chair, and going to what Mr Dardo was saying, one observation we'd have is that the velocity of how money moves around the economy and the banking system now is such that you need to prevent an improper payment before it occurs to somebody who's a deliberate fraudulent offender. Because we see so often that once the payment is made, that money moves very quickly, and it can move into cryptocurrency, it can move into overseas or into other bank accounts that somebody controls. And so rather than chasing the money post-payment, it's very important to get upfront that integrity, that we have an appropriate level of confidence that we're paying the right person the right amount for the right payment upfront.
Well, thank you. The investment in technology and to enable the checks and balances that have been put in place are obviously real value, and stopping the ability for as many different shonky providers to do what they want to do, which is extract taxpayers' dollars. And I thank you for that work. I know there is more to do, and we're obviously, in terms of data collection and further investment in technology is important. And I could chat on with you all day because this is such an important issue, but I have members of the committee with me who are desperate to ask their questions. So I'd like to now hand over to the Deputy Chair. Over to you, Maria.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. I might digress from the questions that I planned just to follow up from those questions from the Chair. I think, Mr McNaughton, you may have been around at the time this payment system was actually developed. That was from the inception of the NDIS, is that correct?
Hello, Senator. Scott McNaughton speaking. There was a couple of different models of payment systems way back in the very, very early days of rollout, and then it changed a little bit over that time. I wasn't in that specific area, but it is fair to say over the last few years the payment systems have matured considerably from where we first started, and as Mr Dardo said, our ability to also, in addition, Senator, some of the other safeguards that's been put in place around payment integrity, such as the legislation the government introduced in 2024 around NDIS supports, which provided a lot more clarity around what people can and can't spend their NDIS plans on. That created further safeguards, which are really, really important as well.
But just to clarify, the payment system that Mr Dardo was speaking about, that was the initial payment system that was part of the scheme when it began, correct?
I think there was two. There was I'll have to fact check or take this on notice, Senator, but there was a very original payment system through a Siebel platform that first started. Then we moved on to the Services Australia platform a few years later, but I could get the actual dates for the committee if that would be useful.
If you could, that would be great. I'd appreciate that. Mr Dardo, at additional estimates in February, you were asked for a dollar value of fraud in the NDIS. And I note that you didn't give a figure, but you told the Senate that the NDI prefers the term integrity leakage to fraud. And I think your words were, what we measure is not aligned to the technical definition of fraud. That was at Hansard pages 24 to 27. So just so I can get an understanding, how does your fraud task force work when the host agency doesn't actually have that definition or doesn't focus on the word fraud? So you actually have a bigger scope for fraud, and if you could explain to us why that is the case.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question, and I will also throw to my peers from services on a task force to also explain why what we do is consistent with more broadly broad arrangements. But the thing to note is that integrity losses clearly have a range of things that can contribute to them. At the most serious end is fraud. And what I mean by there is that, there are cases where there is intent and where that intent can be demonstrated through evidence and where we have made a decision that it is a case that we would refer into the Fraud Fusion Task Force for Fraud Fusion Task Force treatment. And that case for fraud would meet the technical definition of fraud. So it's not just integrity leakage, it is actually fraud. We take that through a process which my peers will describe. But before that case actually ever makes it into a prosecution pipeline, the CDPP will also then sit with us and assess whether it meets their tests. Likely, whether the evidence is sufficient, whether it meets, the public, the good, and so any decision to take a case into a prosecution has to go through multiple levels of scrutiny.
Yeah. I'm aware of that. I just wanted to get an understanding about whether we're not calling it fraud because we don't want to call it fraud, or whether we're working across a whole broad spectrum of things, much of which might not actually be fraud, but the Fraud Fusion Task Force is looking after it. Like someone accidentally making a mistake or accidentally spending part of their plan on something that they shouldn't have. Are we calling that fraud as well, and is that being captured under your... Oh, no, we're not calling it fraud, we're calling it integrity leakage, but is it captured by the work of the Fraud Fusion Task Force?
Senator, it's Chris Birra from Services Australia.
Hello, Mr Birra.
Hello, Senator. And in terms of sort of that broader definition, and it does go well beyond fraud, and fraud is a very narrow part. Integrity by design acknowledges that the vast majority of participants want to get things right, and providers, and that sometimes there's inadvertent non-compliance, and that can be assisted through systems design, through education and the like, through engagement, and that's part of integrity of design in the broad. That's much broader than the Fraud Fusion Task Force, and indeed that sits outside the precise remit of the task force, which is on that.
Whose remit is that? Is that the Quality and Safeguards Commission?
Well, they play a role, Senator, and they can speak for themselves. But in the broad,
I'm just asking if you could tell me if it's out of your remit, whose remit is it in?
Well, it's in the remit in terms of broader sort of payment integrity, and so. There are lessons and observations that go back to that. But where the task force is really focused on is that very deliberate, very calculated efforts by people to unlawfully, through omission or through dishonesty, to access funding. And so, again, the focus of the task force is on strategic prevention, stopping those people doing that in the first case, but where it does occur, to share information and to coordinate activities across agencies so that appropriate action can be taken, including referral to the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecution where that case meets that threshold. And that's really sort of the focus of what the task force is, as well as that strategic prevention to block off those vulnerabilities that occur in government systems that allow that very deliberate behaviour to occur.
Thank you. So are you able to tell me what the dollar figure for fraud is in the NDIS? Do we have a figure on that as it stands at the moment? as in terms of what you're seeing in your agency?
No, Senator. We don't measure a fraud figure in the NDIS. What we measure is the broad integrity leakage figure, and within that,
well,
it
what's the
recognises...
broad integrity leakage figure then?
It's 8.2 to 8.3%. There's a rounding error in there depending on how you calculate it, but 8.2 to 8.3%. And that's 8.2 to 8.3% of the value of the payments in the scheme, obviously. And that...
What's the total number of payments in the scheme in the last financial year, roughly?
Round figures, 45 billion.
Got 45 billion. So, yeah, you're looking at, you know, somewhere around 3 to 4 billion or whatever it is, somewhere in that range. So just so I understand, you don't measure, you're the Fraud Fusion Task Force, and you measure the entirety of the integrity leakage, but you actually don't measure how much of that integrity leakage is fraud. So
the integrity leakage is measured by the NDIA. So the NDIA does that measure. We do that calculation. The Fraud Fusion Task Force does not measure the integrity leakage of the NDIS. The NDIA does that.
Okay. Does anyone measure the fraud component of that across all of those agencies or all of those task forces or all of those groupings who are responsible for the scheme?
Yeah. I'll try and explain why it's difficult to measure fraud as a statistically valid component of that number.
So the answer is no one measures it? Is that the answer?
There isn't a statistically valid way to calculate that number as a subcomponent of the 8.3%. There is not. What we can measure is the cases that we've taken to prosecution. We can measure the fraud component of the cases we've taken to prosecution and what you prove in a court of law. What you can't do is then take that and extrapolate that to the whole scheme. There is no statistically valid way to take that and say, based on that, we're going to apply that percentage or that count to the whole scheme, because by definition, those cases have been specifically selected. They're not exemplar cases. They're not of themselves statistically valid representations of the scheme. So we can count how many cases we've got. We can count the fraud component of those cases, but you can't then extrapolate that to all of the value of the scheme.
Okay. I might ask you some questions on notice in relation to that in order to save time here, but I am a little bit confused that a Fraud Fusion Task Force can't measure the amount of fraud because that's its primary task. That to me is very, very confusing, but to save time, I'll move on and ask those on notice. But I am concerned about that. I will say that directly. Mr Davey, I want to follow up on some disturbing news this week. Mr Drew Pavlou, who's been quite interested in the NDIS, has alleged that participants are being trafficked, herded onto properties and forced to do unpaid labour, and that he has been referring these cases to authorities. The former Minister for the NDIS, Bill Shorten, confirmed a related pattern on public record, saying that people with intellectual disability often coming out of prison ending up in halfway houses or boarding houses where the operator's interest is in harvesting NDIS packages. The ACIC's own submission on this inquiry describes intimidation and threats of violence, and we have seen that in Senate estimates inquiries before, being used to compel compliance against participants with cognitive impairments. So is what Mr Pavlou and Mr Shorten described consistent with what the ACIC's own intelligence is telling you? And are NDIS participants being trafficked? Is that your understanding? Is that your intelligence?
Senator Adam Meyer from the ACIC, if I may, on this particular question. So we know that a range of actors that we see acting improperly within the system from our intelligence spans a range of activity from kickbacks and, in some cases, those individuals, whether they're care providers or participants or family members, potentially colluding in that activity. In some cases, they may not be aware of the activity that is taking place. place. In terms of the specific activities, we do absolutely see, as you suggest, evidence of very direct exploitation of those vulnerable individuals involved in the program. That exploitation can take a number of forms, and they do absolutely. We've seen evidence from our intelligence of them targeting those who, with particular physical and cognitive disabilities, as we mentioned in our submission. That takes a range of forms, as I said, and there are a range of participants who we have seen through our intelligence who have been caught up in those processes. The particular claims within that media article and the suggestions that have been made, they relate. There are similarities in terms of some activity that we have seen across the intelligence activities that we have undertaken. It probably wouldn't be appropriate to comment on specific cases necessarily.
No, I'm not asking for comments.
But we definitely do see through our intelligence work individuals who are acting in that way to exploit the program. Absolutely. In some cases, not in all, who do undertake activity that does directly exploit those individuals who are receiving benefits from the NDIS.
Okay. Could you tell me how many such cases ACIC currently has intelligence holdings on that reference trafficking?
There isn't a specific number I could give you, Senator, in relation to trafficking in particular. We do, across the intelligence work that we undertake, look at a series of cases, and indeed some of those are cases that we have developed formal intelligence reporting on and provided through to our other partners within the task force. Other instances are where we've identified indications of that non-compliance and activity by nefarious actors that are currently part of ongoing.
So I understand they're not just trafficking, they're doing a whole bunch of other stuff, so that's why it's not primarily just segmented into trafficking. Is that my understanding?
Correct.
Okay. Is the ACIC actively seeing the specific pattern Mr Shorten's described, where people with intellectual disability are being placed in accommodation that exists primarily to capture their NDIS funding? So it is actually effectively an NDIS trap for vulnerable participants?
What I would say, Senator, is we do continue to see certainly indications through our intelligence work of some of these actors who are, as I mentioned, exploiting people with both cognitive and physical disabilities. That can take a range of forms, but I wouldn't necessarily go into the specific methodologies that we see through some of those investigations.
Sure. Okay. Would you be able to tell me how many cases that sort of reflect this targeting and trafficking and, particularly seeking out vulnerable individuals in order to exploit their packages? How many of these have been successfully prosecuted, and how many would currently be in pipeline for prosecution and or investigation? And obviously I don't want any specifics because I understand the nature of an investigation, but just to get an understanding of the scale of this problem.
In terms of the prosecution activities, I'd probably better placed those questions going to either the AFP or CDPP. So in terms of the intelligence activities and the work that we do, we obviously develop up those intelligence insights and provide that reporting through to agencies within the task force. The determination of which of those cases potentially progress to a prosecution action or otherwise will be made by other agencies.
Okay, thank you. Mr Meyer, in February last year, the then CEO of the NDIA confirmed to the Senate that the agency was aware of foreign organised crime operating within the scheme. ACIC has separately said publicly that individual syndicates are running at tens of millions of dollars apiece. What has never been quantified for Parliament is that foreign component. So can I please get an understanding of how many criminal networks does ACIC have active intelligence holdings on across the NDIS, and what share of that activity is foreign directed?
Senator, we see a significant number of the more higher-end organised crime groups that are targeting Australia and targeting our community more broadly, just whether it's within NDIS or beyond, in a range of other ways, either based offshore or have a presence offshore as part of their network. So that is an increasing trend we continue to see with the targeting from organised crime. That broader trend across all of that organised crime activity is also reflected through to exploitation of NDIS in terms of the types of networks or actors that may be involved, as it does relate to a range of other domains in which they operate. And I would also note that particularly as we get into the more traditional organised crime actors who we see involved in some parts of that exploitation activity through the NDIS, they are involved in a range of activities. NDIS is one, but it is one component of their much bigger, broader business model. In some cases, it's directly linked to the funding that they are obtaining through that. They are recycling into other criminal activities, but in many cases, they're not just targeting the NDIS. It's part of their broader business model.
Yeah, they're targeting government payment systems more broadly.
Yes, in addition to a range of other criminal activity beyond government payment programs as well.
Could I also ask, just very quickly, what jurisdictions they are operating from?
A range, Senator, a range of jurisdictions up through, there's a range of kind of pathways, if you will, up from Australia, up into other regions through Southeast Asia, broader Asia, Middle East and also South America. So we see a range of networks and other cartels targeting Australia more broadly from an organised crime perspective from a range of regions.
Thank you. Mr Dardo, some questions for you on the worker screening check. It's meant to be the Commonwealth's main probity layer between criminal records and NDIS workers. ACIC says that convictions of provider personnel were identifiable in advance. So the data exists, but it seems that the screening just isn't catching it. Does the worker screening check capture beneficial owners and silent directors of private companies, or only those formally named as key personnel?
Yeah, I think that's a question that we should probably address in the afternoon session with the Commission present. They would be better placed to provide some detail around that specific capability. Okay, if that's okay, Senator?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. So I've got some that extend from that as well. Okay, I'll just have a look. So you want all the payment system questions to go to the Commissioner?
No. Payments is us. Payments is all NDIA.
But just worker screening checks. Apologies.
Sorry. Let me clarify. This session's Fraud Fusion Task Force. Payments is yes. My apologies. Payments is NDIA, not the Commission. Yeah. So any payment questions the NDIA can answer, we can answer this afternoon, and any worker screening stuff the Commission can answer this afternoon.
Okay, so because it relates to worker screening and director screening, you want it later today? Yep. Okay, that's fine. On tax data, at February estimates, you said that under current law, the NDIA cannot see whether a provider has paid tax or even filed a return before the Commonwealth pays them, many millions of dollars. You said it has been under consultation since 2024, but the law hasn't changed yet. Is that gap still in place today? And noting that we have the budget in some 10 or 11 days, has the Fraud Fusion Task Force formally written to government seeking a legislative fix of this to enable you to have that oversight?
I think the only thing I can say on that matter is that there is a submission to this committee from the tax office and the submission from the tax office actually has a couple of paragraphs that call out the current position of that consultation. And I wouldn't be able to add any further comment. That's a matter for Treasury and the tax office and government.
I understand that, but you've noted that it's a gap historically. I just want to understand whether, to your knowledge, that gap still exists, and whether you have sought for that gap to be closed, or not you personally, whether the Fraud Fusion Task Force has sought for that gap to be closed.
I think what I can say is our position is on record through a submission to that consultation process back in February 2024. I think it closed from memory. So we made a submission to that consultation process. Our position is on record, and our position has not changed since that submission.
Which is to close that gap.
Which is that there would be opportunities to improve the system, and that is on record in that Treasury consultation process.
Okay, so nothing further aside from that submission?
No.
Deputy Chair, we will need to move on, only because we do have 4 other committee members who would like to ask their questions. But thank you, and I'd like to hand over to Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, witnesses, for joining us. I've got a couple of areas I'd like to go to the next sort of 10 minutes, so if we can stay light on our feet, that would be much appreciated. The first issue I want to go to is around kickbacks and inducements. So in your submission, and also in the Australian Crime Intelligence Organisation's submission, talked about this as being a significant issue of fraud and integrity that we've touched a little bit on this morning. But I want to just go to, in the submission, it talks about they can be cash outs, they can be payments of items like cigarettes, alcohol, gift cards, it can be payments to participants, it can be payments to providers, it can be payments to plan managers and service coordinators. So there can be a range of people involved in this type of activity. Can you just outline for the committee how kickbacks or inducements are operating in practice at the moment that you're aware of, in broad terms, obviously not the specifics?
Thank you, Senator. There would be a spectrum of behaviours that we see here. In some cases, the people receiving those inducements or cashbacks or kickbacks are extraordinarily vulnerable, may not understand that it is not appropriate to do so. Those inducements or kickbacks are almost materially insignificant. It's very, very low value. You know, it's cigarettes or some alcohol. It's very low value, and as a proportion of their plan, the provider might be providing very little in terms of those kickbacks, and then banking the rest of the plan for themselves. And really, it's a coercive sort of arrangement. So that's at one end of the spectrum where, you know, it's really taking advantage of very, very vulnerable people. At the most extreme end of the spectrum, there are examples which are, you know, in the investigative or the prosecution pipeline, where the arrangements are very deliberate and very specific. Collusion is probably the best way to describe it, where people have entered arrangements, have agreed to terms, have agreed to, you know, 50-50 splits as an example, and where the kickbacks are, you know, of significant value and quite deliberate and quite conscious, and everything in between. And so, and again, I've got to stress, the majority of the participants are doing the right thing. The majority of providers are doing the right thing. So as we talk about any of this, there is a risk that somebody assumes that you take these stories and extrapolate them to the whole scheme. You can't. But clearly we see these examples for a spectrum of these arrangements.
Thank you. And obviously, at the moment, it's not mandatory for providers to be registered. I think I read a figure somewhere that said something like 1 in 16 NDIS providers are registered. Obviously, that's a reform at the moment that's been announced by the government to change that. And also, you were talking before about the challenges with the payment system at the moment, the claims. You know, we've got a new digital payment system that's coming in. Are you anticipating those types of reforms that are coming down the pipeline around giving you more data around registered providers who are in the market with high risk, vulnerable clients, and being able to have visibility over those digital payment schemes? Will that give you more data, more visibility to sort of crack down on these kickbacks, payouts, inducements that are going on?
Yeah, I think clearly anything that creates more transparency for the participant, the provider and the agency to ensure the flow of funds is going to where it's claimed it's going, anything that creates that transparency and gives confidence to the participant that, yep, the money's gone to what I think I was asking for in terms of services and supports, and the agency is confident the money's gone there and the provider's confident that the money's flowing to pay for genuine services and supports is good. So yes, anything that gives us that confidence. And you know, having a better way of knowing who the end provider is clearly contributes to that. Being able to ensure the money flow is transparent contributes to that. But also having better capabilities for participants to be able to say, wait a minute, I didn't think that was something I had ordered or was asking for or had received, so they can intercept that payment earlier is a really critical capability. So making it more transparent for everyone and having the ability for people to lodge almost like an intercept, you know, say, actually, no, sorry, I don't think I got that, or I don't think I wanted that or ordered that, is a really important part of the transparency process and the giving participants more control over how their funds are spent.
And identity, Senator, is at the core of that, as well as sort of the competency or credentials of a provider. And identity is important, giving confidence in the system in terms of a provider is who they say they are, that a participant is the actual participant and that's not somebody impersonating them, because unfortunately we do see sort of fraud actors impersonate either providers or participants. And so there's an ecosystem of confidence there that who we're engaging with at the end of an electronic transaction or a digital interaction or a phone call even is who they purport to be. And not somebody impersonating them.
Thank you. I now want to move to conflicts of interest. So I was also very interested to read about in the submission, and thank you very much for the work you put into the submission. It's extremely detailed. Very interested to read some of the opportunities for conflicts of interest that are operating at the moment in the scheme, some around obviously health professionals and providers who have particular conflicts, but the area that sort of drew my attention was around plan managers and support coordinators in particular. And I found it quite interesting that you know, the way the system's been operating for the last however many years, that support coordinators and plan managers have not been prohibited from delivering other funded support services. So we've got people who are trusted by participants and their families to help manage their plan or help coordinate how they move about through the system, who are not prohibited from also being able to deliver support services to that same participant. So that's probably the gold standard of conflict of interest, I would say. And I noted there was a particular case study that you mentioned here on page 14 about a support coordinator, I think probably operating at the high end of pretty nefarious behaviour. So I might invite you to talk about some of the work that you're doing to crack down on this conflict of interest behaviour that's going on.
Yeah, I wonder, and this afternoon we will have the Deputy CEO that looks after markets and providers. Sure. We will also have the Commission in the room. Sure. And it probably would be a discussion that would be best served with those people in the room with us, if that's possible.
Yep. Can you talk at all about the conflict of interest part of your fraud and integrity work at the moment? Maybe the proportion of the work that you've got, or
I think the conflict of interest component would be best served this afternoon. Okay. What I would say is that we have definitely seen, broader integrity risks in plan management and support coordination, and yes, some of that is detailed in our submission. And where we see those integrity risks, we intervene and it may not be a fraud fusion task force case. In some cases it has been, there have been prosecutions, but in other cases it's administrative. But the conflict of interest bit, I think, would be best served with Deputy McKay and the Commission in the room.
Okay. One last one just around just seeking some views around... So I was looking in the submission on page 23 to 24, talked about the fact that the task force has disrupted 2,500 providers around incorrect and non-compliant claims. They have collectively claimed around $1 billion from the NDIS and in a particular 12-month period, and about $4.8 billion collectively over a period of time. You've done a range of things like 306 compliance outcomes, 179 banning orders, further enforcement actions as well undertaken. Are the current offences, the civil penalties, the banning powers in the legislation as it currently stands sufficient to address inducements, conflict of interest, other issues that we've talked about this morning, or do we need additional offences, civil penalties, changes to the framework in an ideal world?
And I would note that in addition to those that are in the submission, there are hundreds more providers that right now we are acting on. So that program of work is not remotely close to finish.
That number's going to rise.
It's going to rise exponentially. What I would say, if I just compare some of the powers or some of the provisions in our Act versus the Aged Care Act as an example, they are inconsistent. If you put them side by side, you would just see that there are many more provisions that allow integrity and enforcement and administrative interventions in that Act than there are in the NDIS Act.
And are they things like duties on individuals or,
I think I won't get into the specifics,
sure.
If it's okay, but all I would say is, it is very, very unusual for the administrator of things like a program access or payments, which we do, the NDIA does, to not have access to a whole bunch of powers that already exist in other government programs, and it is an odd missing piece of the puzzle, and where that leaves us is that we're missing the middle range of interventions. We have the low range of interventions, the prepayment checking, we have the high range of interventions, the prosecutions, and we're missing the mid-range of interventions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Over to you, Mr Pike.
Thank you very much, Chair. You mentioned earlier, Mr Dardo, I think, mentioned it in response to Senator Kovacic's question around the limitations with being able to access ATO data. I'm just wondering if you could outline if there are any other big obstacles to tackling fraud that the task force have identified, whether they be regulatory or legislative limitations or any other limitations that you see. Just looking forward, what do you see as the major obstacles that are preventing you from doing your job?
I think what I might do is in our submission we have pointed out the building blocks that we've identified through the task force. It would be on page 9 of the the joint submission between the Department, the NDIS and the Quality and Safeguards Commission. And those building blocks were the building blocks that the Fraud Fusion Task Force, looking at all government payment programs, have said if you really want to build integrity by design into programs, and so this is not just at the fraud end, this is all the way through, more likely to get it right and less likely to get it wrong. If you want to build those things in, then those building blocks are the things that you need to mature over time. And I'm not suggesting that all of those things can always exist on day one, but over time they need to be matured, and over time they need to keep up with what's happening in the broader criminal space or the broader societal space, because, this stuff has to develop to keep pace with technology and society. So what I would say is if those building blocks are the things that have guided developments in the last 3 years for us in the NDIA, the investments we've been making. Anything that we do to improve our capability to implement those 7 building blocks are by definition good for the broader integrity of the scheme or any government payment program.
But can I ask what's in the way from you building those building blocks or advancing them?
Oh, Mr. Pike, it's Chris Beryl from Services Australia. It's not an obstacle, it's really an opportunity that the task force has been grasping as we work forward, and that is that the fact that we've got all of these agencies as members of the task force means that, and it is set out, as Mr. Dardo said on page 9 there, about improving every government payment program. The fact is that the fraud actors are agnostic about which government payment they're obtaining taxpayers' money from. And so those building blocks apply across government. And so the task force has, and it's something we've put a lot of effort into over the last 3 years, is that whole of government collaboration. And I think it's been a remarkable sort of body and vehicle for improving coordination across agencies in addressing this, with sort of the NDIS and the threats posed to the NDIS being at the core of it, but also benefits across other government payments and in disrupting offenders who are offending against a number of government programs.
So I'm hearing there's nothing in your way to tackling fraud in the NDIS, is that right?
Well, the fact is, Mr. Pike, that fraud actors, and Mr. Meyer might want to comment on it, are very adaptive and agile people and offenders. And any time you strengthen one vector that fraud actors seek to exploit to get money unlawfully, they'll seek out another vector to pursue. And so it's not so much an obstacle or a weakness, but you're always working to shore up where sort of modus operandi of fraud actors is going to, and responding to those, noting that it is a dynamic, not a static threat.
I think there are, and clearly there are things that would make integrity by design easier, but those things have to have social licence. They have to have appetite from government and parliament. Some of them require law reform. So clearly those things,
Well, let me stop you there. There has never been a greater appetite to tackle fraud in the scheme than right now, both in the public and in the parliament. If there is opportunities for law reform, we want to hear about them now, because we're about to go through major reforms to the NDIS. The government's going to be bringing legislation next sitting week. We want to hear about them now. Now's the opportunity.
I think any law reforms that allow those 7 building blocks to mature would be welcome in terms of improving integrity of the scheme. And those 7 building blocks are, how you ensure more confidence in your identity, whether it be individuals, nominees, providers, provider staff, how you get a better sense of real-time suitability of a provider, how you move towards, verification happening as the norm, so that a participant is validating, that the services have been received, how we do data sharing to close the loops, supply chains being transparent, how we allow multiple layers of defence. They're all common sense things, but anything that enables those 7 building blocks to mature would be welcome.
And just on one of those, I want to touch on the digital payments. Obviously, that is one of the aspects of the reforms that the government announced last week. I'm keen to get your sense as to what impact a digital, if we had a high cap style payment platform within the NDIS world, how much easier would that make your job to not just chase fraud and police fraud, but prevent it in the first place?
Yeah, I think digital payments for me is, like a really clear requirement and consistent with the sorts of things that are in those building blocks, right? So can I just say that that's a no-brainer. But what I would caution is jumping to a conclusion about exactly what that is or isn't, or range of options is or isn't. I think the NDIS and the things that people are funded for in the NDIS are very different to a very specific, MBS schedule. So we just got to be really careful that we don't assume something that was built for a very defined MBS schedule could then be applied everywhere. But digital payments absolutely is something that we know we need to deliver.
Thank you. How many prosecutions or successful prosecutions has the work of the task force resulted in?
I think we've got 25 successful prosecutions as at 31 March 2026. There are some in the courts as we speak with either sentences or outcomes pending in the next couple of weeks. I would note that, and this probably gives you some confidence about the fact that all those things that need to happen to ensure that we're correctly picking cases and triaging and putting safeguards in place, there has never been a prosecution brought that has been lost. Never. So that gives you some confidence that this is not, this is not some amateur, this is a very professional, very well-run, very safeguarded program of work. And I think you will see further prosecutions through the pipelines as the ramp-up in warrants translates into ramp-up in prosecutions.
What percentage of matters would you consider should be prosecuted but don't proceed?
Look, I've been on the record.
What I'm looking at is obviously you've outlined this is a massive issue and you're picking up a lot of issues on a daily basis. That seems like a very small number of prosecutions to me. So I'm just wondering, given the scale, how many are actually assessed as worthy of a prosecution from the task force, and then obviously through the usual process get sort of deemed that the level of success isn't high enough, or there's not enough resources to proceed, or whatever other reason is dropped. I
think since the task force commenced, the numbers that would have gone to CDPP that would not have had sufficient evidence to proceed, I suspect would be in the less than a handful. There would have been discussions for some of these where CDPP sent us to do more work and we went and did more work and then brought them back and proceeded. But the ones that would have, it's less than a handful that didn't proceed. That's not a common thing.
I think we're going to have to leave it there and move on to the next member of the committee, just in the to give everyone ample time. So thank you, Mr. Pike. Ms. Berry.
Thank you, and I will try and, I've just got a few questions. I'll try and keep that fairly tight so there's time for Senator Steele-John. Minister Butler has recently spoken about recurring design failures that have been assessed by the Fraud Fusion Task Force. And I wondered if you could very clearly outline the analysis you've undertaken and what those design failures were.
I think, again, in our submission, we have articulated the sorts of things that contribute to shortcomings in government programs, and all of those things were consistent with what's happened in the NDIS. It was the deployment was a rush deployment. The entry standards were quite low for the market. The incentives are misaligned in the market. And I think that's a discussion that will certainly be unpacked when we talk about conflict of interest this afternoon. There's complexity in the design. The claims, the claims were largely being paid in an unverified sort of setting. The resourcing associated with the integrity side of the work was probably not commensurate with the level of funding being paid. The response mechanisms were largely reactive. There was an investment in preventative. Enforcement, as we shared with in terms of the earlier numbers, was lacking. And I think the other thing that the task force called out that applies more broadly is that a lot of these things we have seen in government programs before, but we see those mistakes being repeated as new government programs are set up, and we probably need a better way of ensuring that those learnings are built into government programs as they're set up from day one.
Just in relation to claims verification, in your evidence you talked about some work that commenced at the end of 2022 and just some of those payment integrity or claims verification problems that were in place there. Minister Butler's recently talked about the features of the high integrity ecosystem. Can you talk to us about what sort of features were in place and the work that's been done subsequently, and what more needs to be done to ensure payment verification?
There is a lot of work that needs to be done to ensure more integrity in payment verification. For approximately 90% of claims, we see no evidence attached to those claims, and can I just say that that's a design issue. That's not a maliciousness issue. That's not because people are doing bad things or providers are doing bad things. That's the design of the system as it stands today. Does not collect evidence for payments being claimed via plan managers. And it does not collect evidence from providers claiming directly to the scheme, and so and the channel for that evidence to be provided does not exist. So there isn't even a channel for that evidence to be collected in the current system design. So if you go back to our building blocks, that you would expect payments to be accompanied by evidence and some level of validation. That is not acceptable in a future version of the scheme. That is something the scheme needs to mature to.
And Ms Berry, Chris Birra from Services Australia, I think going back to the building blocks starts with identity up front, that there's confidence in who it is that is being engaged with through the transactions. But also integrity by design is about ensuring that there's a confidence in the integrity of the payment pre the payment being made, because there's little use where it is an actual fraudulent payment, attempting to find it afterwards, because we do find that money moves quickly. And if it is an inadvertent error and not a fraudulent claim, again, having sort of just guide rails there that help people to get things right up front means that people can engage with government payments with more confidence and don't have to have a fear that maybe they've made a mistake and have received an overpayment, which is something, it's outside of the fraud realm, but something that having sort of a participant or recipient at the front of design by integrity means that you want to help people who want to get things right to get it right up front as well.
And can I just ask just one further question before we cut across to Senator Steele-John? Given the complexity of serious organised crime networks, and we know that there's this increasing sophistication in terms of the targeting of government programs, I imagine that collaboration across agencies is just increasingly important, as would be meaningful and timely data sharing. So can you speak to us about how you believe the Fraud Fusion Task Force has assisted with greater collaboration, assuming that that's what's happened, and what current data sharing arrangements are in place and how they could be improved in your mind?
It's very important to point out that the task force, there were a whole bunch of processes that we had to set up the legal architecture of the task force and the data sharing provisions of the task force, and to designate the task force under the ACIC task force system. So the task force has very clear limitations on the data it can share, for what purposes it can share it, and what the triggers are to enable data sharing. And largely, that data sharing is case specific, or driven by specific risk factors. That is good in terms of allowing us to deal with a whole bunch of stuff that was previously invisible, but clearly, if you're trying to build, a system where it's more preventative, more fluid, more likely to get the right outcomes, then having the task force is not the right vehicle for your data sharing. You need a different model for the data sharing. So can I just say the task force has been phenomenal. I can't praise the contributing agencies enough in terms of leaning in, but the task force itself is not, task forces are not the way you normally do data sharing in other government programs to ensure integrity from a preventative perspective. So I just want to separate that the data sharing that occurs in a task force is different to the way data sharing normally occurs for integrity of other programs by design. So
we might need to leave it there, Ms Berry. Thank you very much. Over to you, Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for your evidence this morning to those who are with us. It's a very important inquiry. I'm very concerned about the issue of provider fraud. As I've said publicly a number of times, it is disabled people in our families that suffer most from fraud, because it's us who lose the services and the supports that we need. And in that spirit, one of my primary objectives today is to get a bit more information about the consequences so far that have been faced by providers found to engage in fraudulent activity. So I want to take you to the statement that I think was made by Mr Dardo around the number of convictions obtained as part of the investigations conducted by the task force. That was 25, correct?
Correct, Senator.
Over what period of time?
Since November 2022.
Okay. And of those 25 convictions, how many related to fraud as opposed to other aspects of integrity leakage, as you described earlier?
I'd have to take the details on notice, Senator. I don't have that breakup, but I can certainly have it by this afternoon. What I would say is that none of those cases would have been lighter versions of integrity leakage. None of them would have been accidental or oversight, or this was deliberate. These were deliberate criminal cases. So I'll take it on notice, but bring it back.
Okay, so we've got 25 convictions obtained over roughly 4 years, but those convictions you are saying are not necessarily specifically related to fraud. They could be related to other aspects of so-called scheme integrity leakage, yes?
They would be generally the vast majority would be fraud. There may be a couple in there that are about unlawful use of information, and I just need to take it on notice and give you the breakup of a couple of those. But
okay, yes. Thank you. Please, if you could come back to us this afternoon with that information, because that's one of the key indicators of consequence that people are looking for. What is the total amount of money that has been kind of claimed back through those investigations?
Yeah, I think if you what you mean by claim back is reparations. I'll take that on notice and bring that back for this afternoon. What I would note is that there's a few different consequences for prosecutions. Clearly, we're stopping the claiming, so that's one consequence. There's a reparation consequence, which they might be forced to make repayments. There's potentially another sentencing consequence, such as incarceration consequence. And then separate to that, we may also go down the path of a asset confiscation. So I will bring back some numbers for each of those things for you this afternoon. Okay,
thank you. And would you be able to tell us now, if you've got the figure, what was the financial value of the fraud or other integrity leakage that was identified in the cases that then resulted in conviction? So what was that number?
Yeah, I will bring that with the tally for this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Now, in terms of your work as a task force, do you make referrals to the Quality and Safeguards Commission as part of your process?
Absolutely. We work with them day and night. I speak to them multiple times a day. My teams work with them. We work very, very closely with them, and we work with them on a whole raft of levels.
Okay, so when we're talking about the convictions that have been obtained in the last 4 years, procedurally, that is the task force then providing evidence to the commission, who then pursues the case. Is that correct?
No. The prosecutions, there's a couple of different avenues for prosecutions. A Tier 1 case is led by the AFP, so the AFP will take lead on a case. They will run the case and will contribute to the case. A Tier 2 case is generally run by an agency such as ourselves. The NDIA quite often run the prosecutions, but with the CDPP and support from AFP and others. So usually prosecutions are run by NDIA. Separate to that, the Commission may run their own legal actions and their own banning orders, and they may happen either before a prosecution commences, if we provide them with sufficient evidence, or it may happen at the conclusion of a prosecution, or it might be a combination of the two. There may be an interim banning order, like a 2-year banning order, a prosecution concludes, and then the Commission applies a lifetime banning order. So the Commission and us work quite closely. What we do not do is wait for the completion of a prosecution to hand something to the Commission. The minute we think there's something wrong, we engage with the Commission, and we might be running things in parallel.
Okay. And of the 25 convictions we're talking about, how many of them resulted in jail time for the perpetrators?
I'd take that on notice, but I'll bring that back for you this afternoon.
Yeah, please bring that back to us this afternoon. That would be very useful. In terms of investigations of provider fraud that the NDIS is currently undertaking, how many are ongoing at this moment in time?
There's right now, there's 15 individuals before the courts, 19 more sitting with the CDPP for assessment. So when we produce our evidence of or briefs of evidence, we work internally to produce them with our partners. We then provide them to the CDPP. They assess them. They may come backwards and forwards, and then the CDPP will make final decisions about moving to prosecution. And sorry, can I just be really clear? And I might have misspoke in the way I described it. We will do the investigative work in NDIA, but the prosecution itself is CDPP. So I just want to be, we will lead the investigation, or AFP will lead it, but the prosecution itself is CDPP.
It's CDPP, yeah. So that's the number of things that you've got kind of sitting before the court in various different processes. But in terms of investigations currently underway, how many investigations provider fraud are currently underway?
I think in total at the moment we've probably got over 600 active investigations across the agencies. Some of those will be some of them are multi-program. I don't have a breakup of the NDIS specific ones, but across the agencies over 600. I think we're sitting at about 660 active investigations.
So that's active investigations, and of those 600, how many relate to provider fraud?
I would not have that breakup right now, but I will endeavour to get it. That may be slightly difficult, but I will endeavour to get it for you this afternoon.
Okay, and again, because context for this is important, over the 4 years you've referenced here for the conviction, the period of time over which there have been 25 convictions, how many investigations of provider fraud or other types of fraudulent practice were conducted? So we've got 22, 23, 24, 25, and now where we are in 26. So how many investigations were conducted in that time?
Yeah, I think, I just want to, we've got to be careful because there's the ones that are proceeding to investigation with the potential for being criminal. I'll just put them to the side for 1 second, Senator, because separate to that, we do a whole bunch of administrative cases, thousands of them, that we make a decision not to proceed to criminal, and we treat them through administrative interventions. And so, what I would caution is that the range of interventions here, the vast bulk of them,
Mr. Dardo. Yeah, we'll break that down in a moment. I think we just need to get the headline figure of number of investigations over that period of time, and then we'll of course break it down further. So over that period, 22, 23, 24, 25, where we've got 25 convictions, how many investigations were conducted?
Yeah, I think there's in total about 780, including active and completed, but I could not tell you right now the subcomponent that would provide our NDIS.
So, but that's, just to be clear, that's 700 in all of those years, 700.
700 and 770 is probably the closest number, round figures, 770.
And Senator, it's Chris Bearer from Services Australia. And so I think Mr. Dardo made an important point about the investigations are looking into sort of something that's either been triggered within systems or allegations that have been presented. They can either be found not to be have a foundation, they can be dealt with administratively or be an inadvertent error, and so there's not a direct relationship between investigations undertaken and those that result in a criminal prosecution, which has to meet a very high threshold in terms of the behaviours that underpinned that prosecution.
Can I just say, my apologies, Senator Steele-John, if you have one final question, if you can put that forward, please.
Yes, so my final question is in relation to the figures that have been given publicly around the level of the financial figure attributable to what has been talked about in the media as fraud that the agency have given. I think on April the 24th, the agency gave comment to an ABC article giving a ranged estimate from 6 to 10% and a dollar figure attached to that. I just want to clarify with the agency that what the actual source for that figure was, ranging between 2.8 billion and 4.6.
Yeah, I think that 6 to 10% figure is referenced in an ANAO audit report, and that ANAO audit report use the words that, you know, the integrity leakage range is 6 to 10%. So I can't tell you, I can't explain to you what does or doesn't happen about, you know, that phrase, integrity leakage, being converted into a, you know, a fraud sort of language.
But just to clarify the public record now, that's not necessarily, that figure is not necessarily fraud, because you've defined integrity leakage as other activities, including error, that can end up in that figure.
We've always said integrity leakage includes the full range of that, absolutely.
Okay, so it's not just straight up fraud.
Absolutely.
We will need to leave it there in the due to time. I would like to thank all the presenters this morning, and just to acknowledge that there will be a panel this afternoon where there will be opportunity for further questions. So at this point, I would like to thank you for your contribution this morning. If witnesses, if there's any questions that have been asked of, if you could please respond to those questions or further information required within 2 weeks by Friday, May the 15th, and please liaise with the Secretariat if you do require additional time. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Chair and Committee.
I would now like to invite representatives from the Office of the Commonwealth Ombudsman to come forward. Well, good morning, and thank you for being with us. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you all. For the Hansard record, if you could each state your name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Carmen Miragaya, Acting Senior Assistant Ombudsman, Investigations Branch.
Joanne Mulder, Assistant Senior Ombudsman of Complaints Branch.
Ian Anderson, Commonwealth Ombudsman.
Well, thank you very much for your time. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Happy to go straight to questions given the shortage of time, Senator.
Yes, thank you. So, look, I'll begin. What are the main issues that people are complaining about to your office, the Ombudsman? And do you believe that some of the recent reforms have been helpful in relation to the NDIS and the number of complaints you're receiving?
Chair, complainants raise a number of issues with us. Very few of those actually involve allegations of fraud or sharp practice. For the most part, they're about the experiences of participants who have concern about their plan, changes to their plan, about accessing the scheme, things like that. So we have received, particularly in more recent times, a number of complaints, a small number of complaints, which would appear to reflect compliance changes put in place by the NDIA and the NDIS Quality Safety Commission, Safeguards Commission. So we've had more complaints from providers complaining that, for example, invoices aren't being paid or that they're unhappy with compliance action that's being taken. And when we've looked at those complaints, we've frequently been able to form the view that the action that's been taken by an agency is appropriate and reasonable, having regard to the policies that have been put in place.
Thank you. In terms of registration of providers, do you feel that it could have an impact on the number of complaints and the, I suppose, the responsibility of providers if they're registered that it could ensure there's better outcomes and less complaints.
So with the caveat, Chair, that we only have a particular lens, namely we only see what we get through complaints, some kind of a front-end process that scrutinised potential providers and made them go through a registration process would appear to be a sensible measure to ensure that participants are engaging with providers who have already been vetted to some extent. I think one of the challenges with the scheme is that a lot of burden is actually put on participants to effectively do private arrangements with providers. And so I think that while respecting the ability of participants to make their own choices, nonetheless the government agencies could do more to ensure that providers are in fact fit and proper to and qualified to provide the sorts of supports and services that participants need.
Would any other representative here like to add to that?
No, thanks.
Okay. So finally, before I hand over to the Deputy Chair, the final question for you is, from your perspective, are there any changes within the scheme that you feel would make a difference to the positive outcomes for our participants in the scheme?
The change that I think I would most encourage agencies to pursue is really about better communication. And we see as a theme throughout all of our complaints, communication being an issue, whether it's participants or providers not having clarity as to why something is happening or not happening. We certainly have complaints from participants who are impacted by compliance changes. So, for example, an agency decides that they won't pay an invoice after a service has been provided. They're not paying that invoice because of a compliance measure, and that's an appropriate measure, but then the participant has the provider saying, well, you need to pay this participant. The participant doesn't know why that change has happened. So I think really it's just making sure that if agencies are changing their policies and increasing the level of compliance activities, that they're being very clear about that in advance to both participants who might be impacted and to providers, so that if there is a compliance measure which is appropriate, the impacts are understood and are not something that causes concern to participants.
Thank you for that. Over to you, Deputy Chair. I think you may be muted.
I think it's working now. Page 5 of your submission encourages the NDIA, if it has not done so already, to start measuring how manual payment review ends with a finding of non-compliance. Just to be clear, are you aware whether the NDA does actually measure how often an NPR freezes a provider's payments only to find there was nothing wrong?
The agency did tell us, Senator, that they didn't and weren't able to measure the effectiveness of the manual payment review process, but we're aware that then there was a submission made after our submission by the agency which did include some data. So it would appear that they have some ability to track that now, and if that's the case, we would welcome them having that ability and using that ability, because we think it is important that they check how effective is the NPR process, can they make it more effective, and can they manage the impacts of that NPR process better.
Absolutely, one would think that that would be a useful thing for them to do. So just to be clear, they initially told you that they didn't, but then they included that data in the submission. So in a submission, in the intervening period, did they come to you and say, we actually now collect that data and here it is?
No, Senator. We simply had the advice from them that they didn't have the data and couldn't measure that, and then we noted the submission very recently. So it would appear that they do have some ability to track that, and we welcome that and encourage them to use that.
Would you be able to provide on notice for me the time between those two, the date upon which you asked and they said no, and the date at which you found that information in a submission?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. So how often does an NPR freeze a provider's payments only to find out that nothing was wrong? Do you have any of that data at hand? Have they since provided that to you?
No, we don't have that data, Senator.
Okay. All right. Have you asked for that data from the NDIA?
No, I don't believe we have, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Page 4 of your submission says the NDIA may contact at-risk participants during a manual payment review to safeguard continuity of support for that participant, but only if this is standard practice. And I just want to understand what that means. Are you aware whether contacting an at-risk participant is actually standard practice?
No, we're not, Senator. We simply note that they say that they will do that. We're not sure if they are in fact doing that as standard practice, but we think it's a very desirable practice to be standard practice.
One would too. So have they ever identified to you whether it is a standard practice?
I don't believe they've confirmed that it is a standard practice.
Okay, you have asked that question?
Senator, we had noted in the submission there that of the complaints that we have investigated that raised this issue, we found that they had taken that step, but we weren't clear as a result of that investigation whether that's a standard practice.
Okay. And what I'm asking is, have you asked them if it's a standard practice? And I believe you said yes, you have asked, but they haven't been clear as to whether or not it was.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think in our investigations we've seen that that's happened, but don't have clarity about whether it's a standard part of the practice.
Yeah. Is the Ombudsman seeking to compel the NDIA to actually answer that question? I think it's a very important question to understand for a participant whether the person providing, or sorry, the provider providing the services is actually under a cloud of doubt or question in relation to how they're operating.
We're not seeking to compel them to provide that answer, Senator, because when we have looked at complaints, we have been satisfied that they have in fact been appropriately contacting the participant.
Right. Okay. Is it curious to you as to why they wouldn't answer that question directly?
Well, it's possible, Senator, that we didn't ask them expressly, can you confirm that you do this in every case? It's just that we don't know whether it's standard practice. They have publicly said it's their standard practice. We've observed it happening in cases, but we just don't know as a fact, is it a standard practice?
Well, hopefully they're watching now and they might be able to let us know later whether it's a standard practice and we can all, be at ease in relation to that. With every participant facing a reassessment from 2028, what is the Ombudsman's view in relation to what safeguards must be in place to make sure that participants don't lose support because of a process aimed at provider misconduct? What are those safeguard mechanisms? And I note previously also your lens on communication, that's obviously one of those, but what other things should be in place?
It's partly about appropriate processes, Senator, and so agencies can sometimes, and I'm speaking broadly here, agencies can sometimes design processes in ways that work sensibly for the agency, but particularly with the NDIS, it's important, it's imperative that participants be put at the centre of that because of the potential impact on them. So I think the other, in addition to better communication, the other key safeguard is that the compliance processes are designed with the participant in mind, even if the participant is in no way the subject of the compliance process.
Yeah, where they end up being the ones that actually pay a price or are an unintended consequence of that process.
Because, absolutely, Senator, I mean, the consequences range from they need to find a new provider at one end of the spectrum, or at another end of the spectrum they are unable to obtain a support that they need, or they're required to pay for something which the NDIA is declining to pay for.
Yeah, which points to my previous question around that communication. You know, if they're aware that there is a problem afoot, then they have a window of time to actually look for other providers, aside from, in some cases they can no longer use their provider and they need their personal care today, and they found out this morning that their current provider can no longer do that. So there's some of the challenges that we're hearing.
Yes, Senator. I will say that while we receive a number of complaints about the agency, we do find that the agency is very willing to resolve those complaints as effectively as they can. it does suggest there's still a bit of work that the agency can do so that avoiding those complaints arising in the first place. It's commendable that they're willing to resolve complaints quickly, but the question is, why did their processes generate that participant concern in the first place?
Yeah, why did we get to that point?
Yes.
The NDIA on that point is the second highest source of complaints to your office of any Commonwealth agency, and your submission notes 1,733 last year. Has your office considered, or do you currently have on foot, an own motion investigation under Section 5 of the Ombudsman Act into how the NDIA is administering its integrity and compliance functions?
I haven't considered doing an own motion. We do think a lot about how the NDIS and the NDIA and the Commission are all operating. We engage with them regularly on a number of different levels, whether it's about individual complaints and investigations or about more systemic issues. I've met with the NDIA board. So we have a range of different engagements, and we've given them a lot of different feedback about things that they can improve. At the moment, I don't think it's something that warrants an own motion investigation. Having regard
and is that yeah, and I'm curious as to what would need to change before it would. And I note your comment earlier, that they're very keen to resolve complaints once they get them. But there seems to be this really long tail of complaints or inactions that lead to the complaints. And then once there's a complaint, then they act on that. How do we get them to actually act before that?
Look, again, Senator, I will give them some credit for their willingness to improve. We did see, for example, and we're moving away from the subject matter of the inquiry, but it's relevant. Mm-hmm. We used to get a lot of complaints about them taking matters to the ART, for merits review, and only then settling once it actually got to the tribunal. Yeah. Though that percentage of complaints has decreased, they do seem to have made some systemic changes with how they engage with complainants. So there's less concern that they're being seen to be taking matters, requiring participants to take them to the tribunal before they'll change their view. So I think my observation is they are making systemic changes, but there's just more work for them to do.
There's just a lot there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We will, if the committee is willing, extend over our past 11, but potentially by about 5 minutes, just to give our other members of committee time to ask questions. With that, I'll hand over to Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to the Ombudsman's Office for your evidence so far today. I'm interested in the part of your submission where you talked about automation in measures to improve NDIS integrity. And the need for any automation to be aligned with best practice. What about the NDIS? What about the NDIS's communicated, I guess, intention for automation has attracted the interest of the Ombudsman?
From our perspective, looking out over public sector broadly, we've certainly seen examples of automation not being well implemented. And so when an agency says we're considering introducing automation, we think it's important to engage with them and to make sure that they're sensitive to the potential hazards. At the same time, we appreciate that automation in its various forms can be an effective support or assistant to efficient processes and to help speed up government processes. So we're not anti-automation, we're just keen that agencies think very carefully about how it should be implemented and what their safeguards are and how they will assure themselves that it's working in the way it's intended to work. So from that point of view, we've certainly been engaging with the NDIA about their intentions with respect to automation and any kind of AI-based tools that they might be introducing as part of that. We're not saying don't do it, we're just saying do it in a very considered way.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the recommendations that you've made, what were the recommendations that the Ombudsman's Office has made in relation to best practice when it comes to automation?
Well, we've published a best practice guide on automation. It's got a range of different recommendations, but it's about being intentional. It's about ensuring that if decisions are being made, that those decisions, reasons for those decisions can be given, that decisions are contestable. So it really goes to, I guess, administrative law principles about fairness, clarity, contestability, transparency, those sorts of things. I mean, there are challenges, though, with any kind of automated process. Even if it's not intended to be decision-making, it can still potentially create a bias in favour of the decision that a system is producing, because the system has the appearance of being cogent, effective, consistent, where in fact it might not be.
Okay. And the NDIA has confirmed that the automated tool that they will use for deciding supports will have human oversight only to the extent that the person overseeing it can order a reassessment with that same automated tool. Is this consistent with the Ombudsman's best practice guide?
We're concerned about that, Senator. We're concerned because there's a lot of assumptions there. That assumes that the inputs into that tool are all being properly provided and consistently provided by people who are appropriately trained and prepared. And it places a great deal of weight upon the outputs then of that tool. And if the only remedy is to go back through that tool again with any potential new information, the question is who's actually making the decision there. It really seems like the tool is making the decision, and so that then goes to, well, what are the reasons for each decision and how can people actually meaningfully challenge something that's produced by an automated or AI-based tool?
And what are the potential risks if those concerns are not addressed in your view?
Well, there's a potential risk that people are being subjected to unfair and potentially unlawful decisions. We are doing an investigation at the moment into the use of an automated tool in the aged care space, for example, and that has some similar features where heavy reliance is placed upon the tool, and people's only outcome, if they disagree with the tool's decision, is to then go through the tool again.
Okay, so you see similarities between that tool you're investigating now and what the agency is proposing?
I don't want to preempt that investigation either. We're only at the early stages, but we have similar concerns that the tool might be in fact being substituted for human decision making.
We will need to leave it there, Senator Steele-John. Thank you, and I think what we note from that is the importance of having the human voice and in that process, which is important. I'd like to hand over now to Ms Berry.
Thank you. Just two quick questions. First of all, thank you, Ombudsman, and for your staff as well for being here today. Talking about manual payment reviews and that you've received complaints from service providers, and you mentioned in your submission that some of those complaints are received from family service providers who are also family members of participants, which seems concerning. How often does this happen? And noting that I understand the policy of the NDIA is to not enable family members to also be service providers, how do you manage those complaints given that broader policy of the agency?
So I can't say, Ms Berry, as to how many times this is happening. I can only talk about the complaints we've received, and it's still a relatively small number of the complaints that we receive that go to questions related to compliance. But certainly of those complaints, some have been where the provider has been a family member and where the agency has said, no, we're not going to accept invoices, we're not going to accept this arrangement. So when we've looked at those matters, it appears to have been reasonable and lawful decision-making by the agency. But there has been, I guess, confusion on the part of the family member who wanted to be the service provider as to why they couldn't simply make these arrangements. So that perhaps goes to broader communication about what is and isn't appropriate under the NDIS.
Thank you. And just one final question. Just going back to the questions of the Deputy Chair as well, and your regular meetings with the NDIA around, you've got this complaint management process which attempts to support the resolution of complaints informally, which I imagine is quite effective in terms of empowering the complainant to try and address their matter with the service provider, but also you can use some of your powers, if required, to assist with the resolution of those matters. Given that you are regularly meeting with the agency and the work that you would be doing in terms of ensuring a voice and some power for particularly vulnerable participants in the scheme, can you see any possible improvements in terms of your engagement with the agency, how you can ensure that your concerns are passed on and appropriately dealt with by the NDIA? Do you feel like that process is absolutely as it could be, or how could it improve if you have views on that?
That's quite a large question. At our end, we can always make improvements as well to ensure that we're actually as accessible as we can be, particularly to participants in the NDIS. But I will say that we observe that the NDIA is very willing to engage with concerns that we raise with them, and they do seek to resolve disputes, complaints as quickly as they can. So there's a lot of positive will there. As I said earlier in my evidence, it does raise that question of can they do more in their initial engagement with participants so that it doesn't then lead to a complaint or a misunderstanding. And government agencies, the NDIA and the Commission are not alone in this, government agencies do find it difficult sometimes to depart from passive bureaucratic language. And we're often talking about quite junior staff in agencies who are the ones engaging with participants. So there's always a challenge about training your staff, guiding your staff, encouraging your staff to treat people as humanly as you can, and to give them clear and simple answers, and to have better material to advise participants before they engage with the agency. I mean, we do get consistent complaints about just that an initial process of accessing the scheme in itself. So there's always things that could be improved around training, guidance and better communication, including through public-facing material. And some of those things we need to do ourselves in my own office to keep improving too.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr Pike.
Thank you, Chair. Just two quick questions. One, you may have to take on, well, you will have to take on notice, I imagine, but just going through your submission, you've got a very helpful breakdown of the complaints and the percentages from 24-25. If it's possible at all to get that back a few years as well, if you can do the same breakdown, maybe, if it's easy, maybe 5 years, just so we can get a sense as the trend and to see where those percentages have changed, or if they haven't changed at all, or even just the numbers, if that's possible to take on notice.
You can take that on notice, Mr Pike.
Thank you. And secondly, you outlined that one of the themes of the complaints that you receive is in relation to the NDIA's complaints processes, and I imagine that includes fraud complaints that are being made both by participants and providers or anyone else in the community. One of the things that I receive a lot of in my office is concern that people might make a complaint about a provider being fraudulent or some issue to do with the integrity of the scheme, and then trying to follow it up and they get no response, or they can't be informed as to where an investigation's up to. Do you have any insights from the complaints you've received in relation to how the NDIA is performing in terms of responses to complaints from the community like that? Or, is there a best practice or anything that you put out or recommend to agencies around how how best to communicate with people who are making complaints, particularly when it relates to, potential criminal behaviour?
Best practice generally is to provide regular updates to complainants about what's happening with their complaint. Once you get into allegedly criminal behaviour, of course, it becomes more challenging, and I think the evidence from the task force members before us this morning was that there's a number of different agencies involved in that fraud and then criminal process, and so it might be difficult for the Quality and Safeguards Commission or the NDIA themselves to know what's actually happening with the matter once it's gone to the task force, the federal police, the Director of Public Prosecution. So that makes it harder for agencies, but I think the best practice is still to provide some form of update regularly or to inform the complainant of another way in which they can receive updates once it's moved to another agency. Because we have certainly had complaints where people have complained to the Quality and Safeguards Commission alleging fraud, and the Commission has said, well, we don't deal with fraud, we've referred that to the NDIA. And so the complainant is sometimes left thinking, I have no idea who I'm supposed to talk to. And while I understand that the Commission isn't dealing with that matter anymore, there's a question for how they can assist the complainant to understand who they can get an update from.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Pike. So I would like to thank you for your time this morning, and there has been some questions where there need to be further response. So if you have taken questions on notice, which you have, could you please ensure that information is provided by Friday the 15th of May, and if you have any additional queries or time required, please contact the Secretariat. And at this point, we will suspend and return at 12 noon. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm just wanting to check that Sally and Libby are able to hear us. And that if you could just respond.
I can hear you, but I can't hear anyone else.
Right. Do we have Sarah Proudfoot and Libby Darwin on the line?
We can see Sarah on our end, but she's muted at the moment, so you wouldn't be able to
Okay.
hear her yet.
If Sarah and Libby are just able to unmute, and if you can just confirm that you can hear us and that we can hear you.
I just saw Sarah on. She's just gone off camera. There she is. She's in the bottom left corner.
Hello, Sarah. Can you hear me? Okay, and if you could unmute yourself just so we can hear you.
Thank you. I should be better at that by now.
No problem, Sarah. Thank you. And we have Libby Darwin as well. Are you able to just confirm that you're on the line, you can hear us, and unmute so we can hear you?
Yes, I am online and I can hear you. I'm not sure whether you can see me yet, but I'm here.
Okay, we can't see you actually, but we can hear you. So look, we will get. We will start proceedings. So I would like to welcome our witnesses to this afternoon's session, who are the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, who are coming to us via video link. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence in Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Committee, or good afternoon. My name is Sarah Proudfoot and I'm Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Libby Darwin, General Manager, Consumer and Compliance Strategies, ACCC, Australian Competition and Consumer Commission.
Thank you. And with us today, I have Senator Mulholland, who is here in person. We have the Deputy Chair, Maria Kovacic, Senator, online, and also online we have Miss Berry, Mr Pike, and Senator Steele-John. So would you like, before questions begin, to do a short presentation?
I do have a brief opening statement, if that's helpful to the committee.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. As mentioned, I'm Sarah Proudfoot, CEO of the ACCC, and with me is Ms Darwin. We really appreciate the opportunity to appear with you. The ACCC shares the committee's concerns about non-compliance and sharp practices in the NDIS. Through our work, we've identified trends of deceptive advertising practices, non-compliance with consumer guarantees, and other behaviours that are banned by the consumer law. We're proud to support the operation of the NDIS by making sure that individuals and businesses comply with Australian competition and consumer protection laws, including the Australian Consumer Law. These apply to all transactions between NDIS participants and providers, and we work closely with our colleagues in state and territory consumer protection agencies in order to enforce the ACL. Similarly, in our role as Chair of the NDIS Fair Pricing and Australian Consumer Law Task Force, we coordinate with the NDIA and NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission, and that includes sharing intelligence and addressing harms affecting participants. As we're an economy-wide regulator, the ACCC has considerable experience working with sector-specific regulators to ensure that we're all fulfilling our roles in complementary rather than duplicative ways. In this instance, we've worked with the NDIS Fair Pricing and Australian Consumer Law Task Force to focus on establishing information sharing protocols and regulatory capability to address non-compliance through enforcement and compliance action. Improved intelligence sharing has led to task force agencies taking enforcement and compliance action on matters arising from the conduct of NDIS providers relevant to their respective remits. It has also resulted in fraud-related conduct being referred to the NDIS Fraud Fusion Task Force for criminal investigation. And this has included reports such as providers charging for products or services that are then not supplied. The ACCC uses a range of tools to encourage compliance, and when we're deciding to investigate systemic or serious ACL breaches, we're guided by our priorities and priority factors. One of those is consideration of conduct or practices that disproportionately target consumers experiencing vulnerability or disadvantage. The highest proportion of complaints we've received about providers are those about false or misleading advertising. Much of our compliance and enforcement work has involved action against providers advertising products and services in a way that falsely suggests that they have NDIS endorsement or approval. Participants have also reported to us challenges they face when trying to exercise their consumer guarantees rights or when they're experiencing contractual disputes. Our concerns about sharp practices also relate to conduct we see targeting First Nations people with disabilities, as well as scams affecting people with disabilities. To raise awareness of the ACL-related issues within the NDIS, we released in February this year a report titled ACCC Observations of Consumer Issues in the NDIS. This draws on information gathered through our consumer contacts, task force agencies, and includes insights from our compliance and enforcement work. We've outlined these issues also in our submission and provided examples of more recent enforcement outcomes. So thank you again for the opportunity to appear today, and on behalf of the ACCC, Ms Darwin and I are happy to assist with your questions.
Thank you, Ms Proudfoot. I have a couple of quick questions before I hand over to the Deputy Chair. It's noted in your submission your concern about NDIS endorsements and approval advertising, and you've just actually mentioned that in your introduction. Can you elaborate on this issue and the reforms, any reforms that have been put in place, and what more needs to be done in this area?
Thank you very much for the question. We have received a great deal of intelligence through the NDIS, ACL and price differentiation task force in relation to these issues. We have looked at them through our Australian consumer law lens, and we have taken action in relation to enforcement action in relation to these issues. We very much welcome, though, the Act, the new Integrity and Safeguarding Act, which we understand does include a new anti-promotion order power for the regulatory agencies associated with the NDIS in particular, and we very much support that power.
And can I ask you, what will that mean in terms of on the ground, in terms of for the participant? How is that going to help fairness and equity?
Any NDIS participant can reach out to the ACCC and help and we can help get their complaint or their issues through to the right regulator. We meet monthly as a task force formally to discuss a variety of different issues with the task force, but more particularly a sub-working group under our task force is our cross-agency intelligence working group, where the true triaging and complaints people associated with each of the agency get together and they triage complaints that are coming through.
All right, thank you. And just my final question. You talk about the need for more regulation and oversight regarding specialist disability accommodation. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, certainly. We haven't looked in great detail in relation to this particular area. It is extremely complex because of the complexities with it, and I understand conflicts of interest, and I think that was raised earlier today. Those type of issues, we would recommend that the NDIS regulators have some sort of oversight in relation to the practices that are occurring in relation to the special disability accommodation area. What we have seen in relation to some areas is misrepresentations in relation to investing in the SDA SDA market. But we think the specialist regulators would be best to have a real oversight of a lot of the issues that are occurring there.
Is the recent legislation, which is actually trying to prevent providers being able to say that they're approved or that they can provide a service that they're not, is that helpful in resolving this issue?
Absolutely, it can absolutely help alongside the Australian Consumer Law, which is the law that we enforce. Obviously, it's a one law, multi-regulator law, so we have our state and territory agencies as well who can help support the work that we do. But absolutely, we're very supportive of the new laws for the NDIS Commission and NDIA.
Thank you. Over to you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time today. Minister Butler has announced that every NDIS participant will be reassessed from 2028. Your submission identifies 7 categories of misconduct in this scheme, including false advertising, overcharging, SDA rorts and scams. And almost all of this is being done by participants, being done to participants, not by them. So from an integrity problem perspective, from what you can see, is it fair to say that the problems of integrity in the NDIS are largely a provider problem and not a participant problem?
From what I have seen in my work with our task force, we have seen absolutely the main issues have been with provider conduct. We've had a focus in terms of our compliance and enforcement on improving compliance by NDIS providers, yes.
Thank you so much. Page 2 of your submission says ACCC funding for NDIS work halves in June and runs out completely at the 30th of June next year. We have the budget in some 11 days. Has the ACCC asked the government for funding to continue for this work beyond the 30th of June 2027? And has the government given any assurances that this work will be funded past 2027?
Senator, we receive funding sometimes ongoing and sometimes time-limited funding to pay particular attention in a particular area. As an ACL regulator, to Ms Darwin's point, we have a range of tools that we use, and we, as part of that, we state priority areas. One of our enduring priorities in our compliance and enforcement area is for consumers experiencing vulnerability or disadvantage. And so we will always be active in this area, notwithstanding not having additional funding. And we've not at this time sought additional funding specific to our role enforcing the ACL in relation to NDIS providers.
So the specific NDIS funding that you received, that was a time-limited funding, is my understanding correct?
That's correct, yes.
So you'll continue to do the work even though the government isn't going to extend that time-limited funding to your knowledge?
It remains one of our priorities, yes, Senator. It's one of our enduring priorities.
Will it impact your ability to do that work given that time-limited funding will run out?
There are always trade-offs to be made. Unfortunately, we have way more complaints that we receive across the board than we have resourcing to address all of them, so we do have to actively manage and prioritise.
Sure. And just to clarify that, have you sought an extension of that time-limited funding from the government, or is it not something that you do yet? What would be the process with that?
Going to look to Ms Darwin, not to my knowledge yet, Senator, but it may be something, and we are quite uncomfortable, but we do seek that where we see particular need.
Sure. If you could provide that answer on notice, I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your submission also says most reports the ACCC gets of providers charging for services they don't supply are escalated to the Fraud Fusion Task Force. How many referrals has the ACCC made since the task force was established? And do you get any feedback from the Fraud Fusion Task Force on what happens to those referrals, effectively maybe like a strike rate or a success rate of reference to prosecution? or recovery of funds? And are you satisfied that most of those referrals are being investigated?
Thanks very much, Senator, for that question. We may have to take some of that on notice, but I can certainly say we have the NDIA as part of our task force, and as I mentioned, those intelligence meetings, we discuss which matters should be referred to the Fraud Fusion Task Force, and the NDIA participants take that role on to refer those matters, given that they are part of the Fraud Fusion Task Force. In terms of numbers and other parts of that question, I think we will have to take those on notice.
Thank you. And your report describes the case of patients, a 61-year-old woman who was charged $550 for a service that a general member of the public would only have to pay $100 for. And the submission states that the ACCC can't actually prosecute that conduct under Australian consumer law. Can you confirm that is actually the case, that you can't do that, that this overcharging of a participant within the NDIS is something that you could do outside of the NDIS but not within it? And then what gap there does Parliament need to close? So what do we need to do to assist you to be able to take that same action that you could against someone outside of the NDIS scheme?
So I think we're referring to price differentiation,
Correct,
which is the fact that a provider, yes. Yep. So the NDIS Commission, the Quality and Safeguards Commission, has jurisdiction in relation to this, to that, tackling that issue. So we support them in taking those matters. In terms of the Australian consumer law, if there are misrepresentations in relation to pricing claims, we can certainly look at those.
Okay, so it's not your jurisdiction, it's the jurisdiction of the NDIA in this particular case, because it occurs within the scheme as opposed to occurring in the general public, if that makes sense.
Yes, I think I'm understanding.
Yeah,
I'm understanding you correctly. But regardless, in other industries, if it's a competition sort of element, I suppose, in any market that people can charge different prices for the same good. That's certainly not illegal, but at the moment under the Australian consumer law, if people are misrepresenting pricing claims, that's something that we can.
Okay, so because you can charge someone 5.5 times more than someone else, that's your right to do it, but the reason that it's a problem here for the NDIA rather than something for you is because they are specifically being charged 5.5 times more because they are an NDIA. They are under the scheme, not a general member of the public.
And this is where the price differentiation rules have come in to tackle that issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Page 6 of your submission says there's no dedicated body resolving disputes between participants and providers, and the tribunals can take around a year. Providers regularly start debt recovery proceedings well before that, and participants who don't actually often even know proceedings are on foot. What redress does a participant actually have today when their provider rips them off? Like what can they do? And should the NDIS Ombudsman scheme with the ACCC and the Law Council, together actually fix this problem? Or what is your view as the best way to fix this problem?
We consider that a specialist disability resolution body is best to fix this problem. We obviously have the Australian consumer law and, as I mentioned, state and territories, but as we've just discussed, there are some areas that we can't assist in. You noted small claims tribunals are one place where NDIS participants can go to, but it is not ideal for people living with disability. So we would highly recommend industry-specific scheme. It would be well placed to resolve even consumer guarantee issues that we're seeing in the NDIS as well. And it would help ensure participant safety and wellbeing, and even prevent unnecessary spending of additional NDIS funds and on further supports.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm aware that we need to give adequate time to our following members of the committee. We may roll over by around 5 minutes or so just to enable everyone to be able to ask a few questions each. Mr Pike, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. In the interest of time, I won't have any questions for these witnesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr Pike. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the evidence so far today to both of you. Can I confirm that part of the ACCC's work is to investigate breaches of Australian consumer law by NDIS providers? We've spoken about that a bit today. I just want to give you a chance to give a very kind of clear, definitive answer there.
Yes, Senator, it is.
Yes, okay. Thank you. So how many investigations are currently ongoing from the Commission into NDIS providers?
I'll look to Ms Darwin for that.
There are numerous. I would have to come back to you, Senator, in terms of the exact numbers. I can talk to you about enforcement outcomes that we have achieved, but in terms of investigations, I'd have to get back to you in terms of numbers.
Okay, so you can't give us the exact numbers today, but can you give us an estimate, a range? I'd hate for people to go away thinking that the Commission, wasn't working in this space. Can you give us an estimate?
I would suggest between 5 and 10.
5 and 10 investigations. Okay, and how many of those investigations relate to the top 10 largest providers?
I don't have that information in front of me. I'm sorry, Senator.
So could you provide to us on notice the precise number of investigations and how many and which providers they relate to? That would be. Can you do that?
Senator, we often generally don't comment on the details of who is being investigated at the point prior to sort of an outcome or lodging proceedings, but we will do what we can to be helpful in terms of describing the types of building businesses, perhaps.
Yeah, okay. So could you, moving from investigations then, your process would be you put together a brief, you pass it over to the CCP or the AFP to pursue, or you do it directly?
We do it directly, Senator.
Okay. So in 2025, how many convictions did you secure of NDIS providers?
In 2025, we had 2 enforcement outcomes involving infringement notices paid by 2 large traders. We had an 87B, a court enforceable undertaking, negotiated with another large online platform. So that's 3, and then we have instituted proceedings, but they are definitely before the court, so I can't talk about those. That was very late, 2024, and we have had 1 other enforcement outcome in 2026 this year.
Right, so let's be clear though, an enforcement outcome, is that a conviction or is it not a conviction?
We don't work in, these are not criminal matters, they're civil matters.
Yeah, okay, so we're talking about the civil front. All right, so when you speak about an infringement outcome, that's the maximum possible kind of outcome of an ACCC process, is that there would be an infringement outcome.
No, we can take court enforceable, we can take litigation we can negotiate court enforceable undertakings, and we can issue infringement notices in relation to alleged conduct. Okay. And in relation to that latter, we have had 2 results in that respect this year.
Right. So
2025.
So you had 2 outcomes of two infringement outcomes in 2025. 2.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, what about in 2024?
We instituted proceedings against an NDIS provider in 2024.
Oh, okay. So 1.
Yes.
Okay. So your regulatory remit covers all NDIS providers. That's correct, isn't it? Yeah.
Covers all businesses in trade or commerce, Senator. Yes.
Yes.
Including NDIS providers.
Yeah. Of which there are hundreds of thousands. And last year we had 2 infringement notices. Right. That does not seem to me to be a sufficient number, given the scale of the scheme or the level of practices that are reported to my office that would be firmly within your remit. Is that in line with your expectations for this area of work?
Senator, when we take action, it's not in an individual, generally dispute resolution type situation. So we need to, because of, as we were speaking earlier, the number of complaints we receive, we have prioritisation and filtering processes that look at patterns of conduct across businesses. So where we take action, it's generally because the impact of a business, so often a larger business, is such that it's affecting a large number of consumers. So one outcome may actually be relevant to a number of the complaints that have been received, but as mentioned earlier, unfortunately, we are not able to resolve every issue that comes to our attention, and we do try to focus our resources for greatest effect. We also undertake a range of other activities, including education and compliance and awareness raising, and it can achieve outcomes such as behavioural change without going through those steps, so that we can then better target the most egregious conduct.
So of the 2 that you issued in 25, were they registered or unregistered providers?
I believe they did not have to be registered. I don't believe that they are registered.
So they weren't registered. Okay.
I will need to stop you there, Senator Steele-John. I do apologise, but we're pressed for time. If you could just ask your question, keep it brief, and a brief response, because we still have Ms. Berry to ask questions.
Thank you. So it's in relation to the scams that target NDIS participants, which when you look at your report, ACCC Observations of Consumer Issues in the NDIS, I'm concerned about the recent rise in scams mentioned in the NDIS that you observe in that report. You detail 150 reports of those types of dynamics in 24, increasing to about 580 in just the first 9 months of 25. Do you know why this almost 4-fold increase in scamming has occurred, and what impacts are you seeing on participants from that behaviour?
Senator, unfortunately, scams continue to pervade across Australia and across the globe. We work very closely. Ms Darwin's enforcement team also works very closely with our National Anti-Scam Centre to identify the types of scams that are happening, to raise awareness and participate. Unfortunately, use of a government scheme name is not an uncommon method that scammers will use to try and extort money from people, and particularly sometimes some people with disability may be particularly susceptible to types of scams or may be vulnerable at a given time, and so the work of our Anti-Scam Centre is therefore particularly important in this regard.
We will need to leave it there. Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Ms Berry.
you. I've just got 3 questions which may well be appropriate to just have answered on those just in the interest of time. But in the submission provided by Legal Aid New South Wales, they talk about an increasing number of NDIS participants and carers who are being pursued by service providers, including through debt collectors or litigation for alleged unpaid debt, and also this can sometimes be due to sharp practices by providers. They are recommending that NDIS service providers should be required to implement clear and participant-centric internal dispute resolution processes. And they're of the view that this would prevent disputes from escalating unnecessarily, potentially to debt collection or court proceedings. So perhaps on notice, if you could let us know your thoughts on that, given that you've shared your views on some other mechanisms which potentially could improve people's rights under the scheme. Also, Legal Aid New South Wales have recommended that a best practice service agreement template be developed involving consultation with people with disability, carers, etc., and that this be mandated for use by all NDIS providers, and that this would help and prevent disputes. So it would also be great to get your views on notice if you think that would add value as well. And then finally, to follow up on Senator Steele-John's questions as well, noting that you run the Anti-Scam Centre, received almost 20,000 reports of scams that affected people with disability. And I note that you've had a particular focus on romance scams as well, and that you may be planning an industry forum for organisations in the disability services sector to help shine further light on these issues. And if you could just provide on notice when you expect that forum to be held, because that sounds really important, given the number of people who are being scammed, both affecting the NDIS and people with disability more broadly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Would you like to respond on that, Ms Proudfoot?
We will take those on notice, thank you, Chair, and provide a fulsome response as required.
Okay. Well, thank you, and thank you, Ms Berry, for your approach here to keep us on time. I do appreciate that. I would like to thank you today for your time and for your contribution. We do appreciate it. There has been a few questions that will be taken on notice. We look forward to your response by Friday, the 15th of May. If there's a challenge around meeting that deadline, if you could contact the Secretariat, and also the Secretariat is available if you have any further questions. So I thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee.
I'd now like to invite the government panel to step forward. We'll give you a moment to, there's quite a number of you, and thank you so much for giving up so much of your time today to be here. We look forward to discussion. I would now like to welcome representatives of the National Disability Insurance Agency, the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission, and the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. Thank you for appearing for the second time, a number of presenters today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if we could, if you could each state your name and the capacity in which you are here today, and could we start over here?
Natalie Reid, Associate Commissioner and Chief Legal Counsel at the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission.
Alyssa Chambers, Deputy Commissioner, NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commissioner. Carita Davis, the Assistant Secretary for Quality and Safeguards Policy in the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing.
Ross Schaefer, First Assistant Secretary, Carers, Autism, Markets and Safeguards in the department.
Hello again, Chair. Scott McNaughton, Deputy CEO, Service Delivery at the National Disability Insurance Agency.
Hello, Penelope McKay, Deputy CEO at the NDIA.
And good afternoon again, John Dardo, Deputy CEO at the NDIA.
Thank you. Now, would any agency like to make an address, or one in particular?
Not from us, thanks, Chair.
Okay, so we'll begin with questions. This one is relating to the Quality and Safeguards Commission. It is around safeguarding impacts of non-compliance and the impacts on participants. So from a safeguarding perspective, can you explain how non-compliance and fraud have a negative impact on participants, and does dealing with fraud improve safeguarding?
Thank you for the question, Chair. This is absolutely central to a successful NDIS, and certainly where we see non-compliance, our main concern is the impact on participants. Often it can be incredibly disruptive for participants at best, and at worst it is significantly dangerous for participants where there is fraud and non-compliance with the code of conduct and other regulatory frameworks that are within the market designed to keep participants safe. The NDIS Commission is very committed to ensuring that providers deliver quality and safe services, and we work very closely with the NDIA when there is a safeguarding issue arising for participants to ensure that the response centres participants at the start and throughout.
Thank you. Would anyone like to add anything to that?
I might, if I will, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. As Associate Commissioner Wade said, we work very closely with the Commission and also the Fraud Fusion Task Force that we talked earlier this morning. Inside the agency, we have a participant safeguarding response branch. It's about 190 staff who work directly on matters of safeguarding, often identified through the work the Commission's led. They might be putting a banning order on a provider. Our team will then work with affected participants to relocate them to alternate providers, make sure they've got the right supports around them. They proactively check in with those participants very much from a welfare and safeguarding perspective. So we've talked a lot about fraud and integrity, but as Associate Commissioner Wade said, first and foremost, in front of always our mind is the safeguarding of participants through the entire process. So we put a lot of resource across both agencies to make sure that there is a good, swift response if there is a matter that we have to deal with to ensure safety of participants.
Well, that's good to know, and thank you for that. I'm going to turn now to the payment system. Since 2022, there has been significant investment in the payment system. Can you describe the payment system before these investments were made compared to now and the implications of that for participants?
Thank you, Chair. I mentioned this morning that there were things that were invisible to the agency before. I think so. I might just talk sequentially about the before and afters. One of the first things we did was we put in a 24-hour payment delay. The next thing we did was the ability to do a bulk view of all payments so we could analyse them. The next thing we did was the ability to do a bulk hold so we could extract the payment or numbers of payments or high volumes of payments and hold them to stop them from being released and being paid, but also the ability to do a bulk release. There's no point holding payments and then not being able to release them when you need to be able to release them. So we built all of those systems. Because we could now see payments in more detail, we also started to build underneath it a series of analytical functions and capabilities. We then moved towards in some of the channels. There were 3 channels that participants would claim from. In a couple of those channels, you couldn't upload evidence, so we moved so that a participant could upload an invoice in all our channels, because they couldn't always upload an invoice depending on the channel they were coming in. So we had to build that so participants could upload an invoice. And then we mandated that a participant would have to give us an ABN and a text description, and if the claim was over a certain threshold or triggered particular risk parameters, that they would have to give us an invoice or evidence of the claim. Because up until then, a participant did not have to give us any evidence of claiming. So before 2022, what we were seeing was a participant could log in and could claim an amount, 5,000, 7,000, 10,000, with no ABN, no text description and no invoice, and it would be paid. It might be picked up in one of the 20 transactions that needed to be looked at per day, but overwhelmingly they weren't. So once we started to say we need an ABN, a text description and evidence uploads, then what that created is a higher likelihood that a participant understood that they needed to give us a claim that was evidenced and a description associated with it. So we turned those things on.
So do you think that this has had, for participants, do you think that on the whole, was that just purely participants not being aware of what they were expected to do, or was there an element of not necessarily a participant, but that invoice system resulting in many false claims? And
I think it was there's a spectrum of behaviours. It would have been some participants thinking, okay, well, if I can just make a claim without having to provide any evidence, I'll take the money and I'll put it in my bank account. I'll use it even when I think I need to use it. In some cases, we know that there was some opportunistic behaviour where participants went, well, it's my plan, it's my funds, I'll take it and I'll keep it and I'll do what I want with it. But the benefit of saying, actually, you need to give us an ABN, a text description and evidence, it started to shift the behaviour and create consciousness that you needed to evidence a claim as part of making a claim.
Which is a good thing, because I think most participants really do want to do the right thing. And with the right level of awareness and education, I'm sure that has improved greatly. But in terms of providers, have you found that the payment system, is there flaws in terms of the way providers are involved in the process?
Absolutely. And I might just, on the participant side, I might just mention a couple of other things before I move to providers.
Yes, go ahead.
As Mr McNaughton noted in the earlier session, the clarity of Section 10 starting to give better guidance and clearer guidance about what you could claim and what you can't claim also helped in terms of behavioural shift. The new mobile app we've turned on now provides some nudging to say to a participant that, are you sure that that is a valid claim? A participant can still push through it, but it nudges some behaviour to say, hey, that doesn't look like a valid claim. Are you sure you want to proceed with that claim? And the other big shift for participants was we changed the way that identity logging in was done at the front of our channels, because up until we changed that, we weren't really sure who was actually logging in to make the claim.
So and really, before 2022, you weren't sure who was logging in to make a claim?
Yep.
So this ID verification is very important.
Yeah, and is progressively being uplifted. So, even in the last few weeks, we've released more upgrades in how you do identity verification, and that's an ongoing journey to keep maturing it. So that's on the participant side.
Yes.
On the provider side, obviously, as you build those systems underneath it, you can do more analytics to treat the exceptions. So, if there are exceptions being detected, we can treat them in prepayment by ringing a participant and saying, hey, we've got this claim. Is it from you? Does it, do you think this is a valid claim? What's the evidence for it? And so we are able to treat that before a payment, and therefore reduce the risk that it's inappropriately paid and then a participant has to repay it or be in debt for it.
And importantly, the anxiety and the worry for the participant about this, if they know that the NDIS is actually helping them, that's a good thing.
Overwhelmingly, the feedback from those phone calls is positive. Overwhelmingly. We get almost zero complaints from those phone calls. So those outbound calls, they're very safeguarded focused, very helpful in nature, and it's about educating to shift behaviour. and overwhelmingly the response is very positive. You know, I didn't know, thank you for telling me, I won't do that, right?
Yeah.
On the provider side, the provider side, you know, there's been a very, very broad range of interventions. So we still do not see evidence from providers, and the channels for that evidence to be submitted automatically for every claim does not exist. So what I mean by that is, if the claim is being made via a plan manager, there is no channel or ability for the plan manager to give us the evidence or the invoice.
Right.
And if it's being done by a provider directly, there's no way for them to automatically give us the evidence. And so we can only see the evidence of a claim if we go and audit or we implement a manual payment review where we stop payments and say, sorry, we can't pay you unless you give us the evidence. And those things existed in minuscule numbers, but now exist at scale. So the ability for us to do manual payment reviews, it was almost non-existent before 2022.
And what's been the difference? What's enabled you to do that?
If you don't have the systems to see the payments, to bulk hold a payment, to bulk release a payment, to analyse the payment, you can't implement manual payment reviews. So we have to build those precursors in order to be able to do manual payment reviews.
Yep.
So those foundational things had to be built. So I'll start again in sequence. We did all those things, the foundational things. One really big thing we did was for registered providers that log into our systems, into our portal, we implemented digital identity. And digital identity gave us the ability to say, we actually know the provider ABN that's logging in, but more importantly, we know that it's Bob or Martha sitting behind that ABN that's pressing the button to lodge a claim or to view data in our portal. So that was really important. That did not exist before we implemented it as part of the uplift. And then after that, we also were able to implement a whole bunch of capabilities for things such as manual payment reviews, which have removed 2,500 entities from that claiming sort of behaviour. And there are many more in the pipeline that are currently being treated or will be treated. And the administrative, it's really important to understand that the administrative layers in volume far exceed the tiny volume that you end up prosecuting. They have to, because administrative layers are easier to administer at scale and have a deterrent effect and remove people and prevent future fraud. A prosecution
if people know that those administrative layers are there, it is a preventative measure, which is a very good thing.
Absolutely.
So if you look at pre-22, post-22 and the level of investment in these systems, just have you any comment to make about the savings that are made, the benefit that comes overall from that significant investment?
Yeah, I think, and it's important to note that just from the ability that we were able to, the ability to either divert funds to genuine spending or to stop funds completely being claimed. So it's a combination of the two. It's a combined benefit. It's 3.4 billion over the period implemented and the forwards to June 2029. But let me just be really clear about what that means in terms of dates already. In 2022-23, because we were only just starting, we saved $1 million and diverted 3 million. Right? So that doesn't sound like a lot because we were only just starting the program.
Yep.
In 23-24, we saved 33 million and separate to that diverted 35 million. In 24-25, we saved 252 million and diverted 480 million.
So it is building the saving and also the prevention of fraud.
To date, 25-26, for this period, to date is 262 million saved, 646 million diverted. And I know diverted does not reduce the cost of the scheme, but diverted is a great outcome because a participant is more likely to get genuine or quality supports, which is the outcome we want.
Well, that's right, isn't it? So that's the taxpayers' money are going to the participant instead of it being diverted into people's pockets that should never receive those dollars. So that is a very good outcome. It's really good to hear, and we hope that that will continue. There's further reforms to come. I'm just interested, as a final question, around powers of investigation and enforcement. Are there some gaps that would assist to enforce compliance? So what I mean, are there gaps in investigation powers of the NDIA that mean that we are preventing picking up on non-compliance and also being able to enforce compliance?
Chair, last week, Minister Butler at the National Press Club gave a bit of a flavour as to what might be coming up in the budget and in legislation to be introduced following the budget. Included in that package, there is plans to strengthen NDIA's investigative and enforcement capabilities and to introduce new regulatory controls to address fraud and non-compliance. So, noting the bill hasn't been introduced and we're not at budget, I can't go into the detail of what's in there, but Minister Butler has flagged that that is planned for this period.
So those that he did outline broadly the reforms that are about to come in. Do you feel, having been involved in being aware of what those reforms are, do you think that there's anything in particular that you feel could be of value?
Yes, Chair. Also contained in that speech were references to expanding mandatory registration to all high-risk providers, and
yes.
That builds on earlier announcements around expansion of supported independent living and platform providers commencing this year. There's further system build within the budget where payments will actually go to providers directly rather than through intermediaries, as Mr Dardo referred to, the issues that come with that. There'd be greater oversight from the NDIA in terms of enrolling the majority of providers so that they've got a basic level of identifiable information, again, building on some of the stuff Mr Dardo's already talked about, and an intention to commission the plan management and support coordination market, which are two intermediary markets where, again, I think Mr Dardo spoke about this morning in the hearing about some of the challenges we've got in that intermediary market.
Yeah, so in terms of plan managers, what would you say is the key challenge?
Let Mr Dardo or Ms McKay answer that.
I think...
Chair, it's Penelope McKay speaking. In terms of the plan management market, and the Commission can speak to this, but there's 3,000 plan managers that are registered and only about 1,300 that are active. The plan management market is very concentrated, so the top 10 plan managers in terms of size have about 40% of the market. And what's been shown through the NDIS review, as well as the Commission's own motion inquiry into support coordination and plan management, is that there are concerns, particularly regarding the long tail of small providers. There's instances of integrity concerns, conflicts of interest, plan managers paying themselves downstream in relation to a service provided. So we do have concerns about that long tail where the integrity standards are not where they should be.
Well, thank you. We note that, and I'm sure there will be more reforms ahead in this area. I would now like to hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Minister Butler announced on the 22nd of April that every NDIS participant will be reassessed from 2028 to move people with lower needs off the scheme. Your joint submission spends pages 9, 10 and 11 listing who is actually committing fraud in this scheme. The list goes providers, allied health professionals, plan managers, support coordinators, NDIA insiders and organised crime syndicates. Participants are last on that list, and most of the participant conduct you describe is being coerced, exploited or making genuine errors. So for me to understand clearly, the integrity problem in the NDIS, that is primarily a provider problem, not a participant problem?
You want to take that? I'm happy to take that, Senator. I'll let the department comment on anything to do with the Minister's speech, but that is primarily our observation is that the integrity-related issues, as Mr Dardo has outlined, often stem from provider claiming, provider practice, provider quality issues. I do want to say, though, Senator, that the overwhelming majority of providers do a really good job supporting our participants. They do a really good job, and there's some excellent providers out there. And as I said before, when we are in a process, or the Commission's in the process of banning a provider, we can go to any number of reputable providers who will step up to the plate and support participants. And so that's a really important part of the market, but we do see that the majority of the integrity issues, or the integrity leakages that Mr Dardo talks to, are issues around providers. We want to continue to educate both providers and participants and nominees around NDIS supports, spending in accordance with your plan, accessing the supports in a flexible way, but in accordance with the legislation set by the Parliament.
And look, I agree with you. There are outstanding providers that provide critical supports to participants. I just wanted to have that clarity that our lens when it comes to fraud in particular rightly sits squarely on providers, not on participants, given what you are saying.
That is our
and what my understanding is as well.
That's our primary focus, Senator, that's for sure.
Thank you. Mr Dardo, the worker screening check is meant to be the Commonwealth's main probity layer between criminal records and NDIS workers. ACIC says that convictions of provider personnel were identifiable in advance, so the data does exist. So it's not clear to me whether the screening isn't catching it. Does the worker screen check capture beneficial owners and silent directors of provider companies, or only those named as key personnel? And this is the question that I asked you earlier today.
Senator, we'll defer to the Commission for that, who managed the worker screening. So I might ask Assistant Commissioner Wade.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for that. I'll hand over to Deputy Commissioner for Regulatory Operations, who is online and leads our worker screening work.
Sure. I believe you're on mute.
Yes, that's right. I think you're still on mute.
Okay. What about now?
Yep, very good.
No, thank you. My apologies. So the worker screening is conducted by the states and territory worker screening units. It assesses key personnel are required to have a worker screening clearance, as well as workers who are involved in more than incidental contact with persons with disability. As far as key personnel, while through the registration process, applicants will nominate key personnel, we also do our own verification of who we think are the key personnel, and we rely on data and information from a number of Commonwealth agencies and state and territory agencies to assess who we think are the key influencers and controllers of the business, and as such we can direct those people to also have a worker screening clearance. Over time, we have a major data and regulatory transformation program underway where we are getting improved technology, improved ability to access data and share data and risk profile, and see better connections across multiple businesses. So at the moment, some of that assessment is done through reaching out to ASIC and other organisations, the NDIA, with their risk data. But it is not solely the decision of the applicant about who the key personnel is.
Great. So as a matter of course, I would assume that just going to the information available, say, via ASIC or the ATO, as an example, you were able to ensure that you cover off those silent directors or beneficial owners as well, even though they haven't been declared to you. So you would look at those as a matter of course? Okay.
Yes, that's right.
So when does the Commission step in to do its own assessment of key personnel? Is that a matter of course all the time, or is it a general practice to rely on the information provided by the applicant, and only if, you know, X, Y, Z occurs do you go do your own sort of additional layers of investigation for key personnel?
So for existing registered providers, they have obligations to notify us of any significant changes, including changes of key personnel. In our monitoring work that we do look to identify changes in directorships, and that's through, you know, connection with ABR and ASIC records and those sorts of things. Sometimes we get intelligence and tip-offs as well, so we will assess those and can proactively go out and seek further information to determine whether there are store directors or a change in key personnel at a provider.
Thank you. Does it cover ABN holders operating as sole trader unregistered providers? Because my understanding is that it doesn't, and those operators are receiving those payments without screening barriers?
Sole traders need to have a worker screening clearance if they are in particular risk-assessed roles, but the suitability assessments are conducted through our registration process.
Okay, thank you. What is the current breach rate of workers who received a clearance on entry that have subsequently been excluded or banned? And happy for you to take that on notice if that is easier to save time.
Yes, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you so much. Mr Dardo, in February you advised the Senate that the NDIA has built a 24-hour payment delay to let risky claims be analysed before the money goes out the door. Of claims passing through that 24-hour window in the most recent quarter, what percentage are actually reviewed before payment?
I think there are different levels of treatment depending on the risk indicators or the risk vectors, and so you know, there are some risk vectors that are quite easy to detect and quite easy to treat. So, for example, you know, if there's insufficient funds in the plan, that's a really clear sort of thing to see. If there's no bank account on file, that's a really clear thing to see. So those things, you know, have always been quite clear and easy.
Sure, but like what percentage are reviewed before payment? Like now, in that 24-hour window, that wasn't there before.
Yeah. In terms of assessed, I'll look up the exact number as I speak. But in terms, you know, there's a we are assessing. Let me just grab that number.
Or maybe if you could start with how many are reviewed, and then assessed would be separate to reviewed, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If I go to reviewed, and I would use some metrics from period ending December 2025. So reviewed. So these are human eyeballs reviewing claims. So these are the highest of the highest risk claims. 56,000 or 57,000.
And what percentage is that?
I'd have to do the calculation, but it's a
56. Yeah.
And can I just flag that? Actually, let me come back to that. I think it's 34,000 is the exact number. Of those, approximately 22,000 were rejected. So 34,000 reviewed, 22,000 rejected, and these are human eyeball claims. right?
Well, in that quarter, yeah.
And I would flag that that would be the period up until December 2025. So that is
the
for
whole
6 months.
period.
Yep.
Okay, 6 months. Okay, and how many claims then would there have been in that period? We've had 34,000 reviewed, 22,000 rejected. How many claims in total in that period? And then I can work out the percentage myself.
I'd have to get the exact number, but at the moment we're averaging, I think at the moment we're averaging about between 600 and 660,000 claims a day. So it is a very significant number.
So if we're going 660,000 claims a day,
yep.
That's 240 million claims a year, and if we divide that by 2 for a 6-month period, let's just be rough, that's 120,450,000 claims, and 34,000 were reviewed in the entire quarter.
Human eyeballs.
Sorry, in the entire 6 months. Yeah.
And that's human eyeballs, and I need to stress that doesn't include other interventions such as MPRs, right? So, these are claims that are being reviewed individually as part of our treatment strategy. Clearly, when you're implementing a manual payment review, you are actually stopping the ability for a provider to claim en masse, and you're reviewing those claims, and those providers, once they realise that we're reviewing claims and requiring evidence, if they're problematic, they stop claiming. So there's what I would flag is there's a deterrent effect here that doesn't get included in any of those numbers.
Okay, but we are only reviewing a very, very marginal number of the total claims, aren't we?
Human eyeballs, yes.
Yeah, and is it a matter of just not having enough eyeballs? Is it a matter of needing more resourcing?
No, I think it's a matter of getting smarter about how we detect the risks. If we may only need a couple of reviews, a couple of claims. So, for example, in that we would have picked up, I'll use a hypothetical, but we would have picked up a claim from a provider for, pick a number, 10,000, 15,000, and we would have gone, actually, that looks like a really problematic claim. It's on the egregious end of the treatment. When we called the provider, we very quickly determined there was a problem. That one review, that single one review, may result in us implementing an MPR on a provider that's claiming tens of millions of dollars, and so you get a deterrent effect that's worth tens of millions of dollars out of one review. So what I'm saying is we've got to be really careful that we don't assume that the low volume of reviews reflects effectiveness. The effectiveness comes from selecting the right cases and then the follow-up treatment. The follow-up treatment is that you just rejected that claim. It's then you worked out what to do with the provider based on the attributes of why you rejected that claim. Right?
Sure. And look, I acknowledge that. I think the primary concern is, this is a very low rate of review, 0.14%, if my quick math on my phone is correct. But I do acknowledge what you say. It's which ones you pick to review and the effect of that. And that's what I would like to know. Are you able to track that and understand what the effect of that is? And is there any additional resourcing that you require in order to enable you to do that more effectively so we get even bigger bang for our buck? Because ultimately, I'll be really frank with you, what I'm worried about is the fact that we are targeting the wrong people here. We are targeting participants in scaling down the scheme so it is sustainable when it is predatory actors and organised crime that are actually those that are rorting our system. So how do we have a strong system for you to be able to use to sweep those people out and leave the scheme as being efficient and effective for the people that legitimately need it?
Yeah, I think the effectiveness of picking those claims is evidenced by the hit rate. When you're getting a 70% hit rate, that's a really good effectiveness in terms of detecting the claims. What I would say is it's going to come back to those really basic building blocks, being able to see the provider cohort with more confidence, identity, being able to know the bank accounts that the payments are going to and know that they're valid real bank accounts of real providers. You know, it's being able to see the transparency of the payment trail and the evidence for the claims. It's all those basic building blocks we spoke about this morning. If those building blocks are in place, then you get a deterrent effect. You're stopping the wrong providers coming in or wrong providers claiming or claiming for the wrong things. If those, you know, if we continue to build those building blocks, we want to get to a point where you don't have to prosecute, you don't have to audit. You really want to be defending right up front, not after the fact.
Sure. Are you able to provide on notice the dollar value of those stopped claims for me?
The dollar value of reviewed is 113 million, and the dollar value of rejected is 75 million.
In that 6-month period?
Yep. And keep in mind, this is not all the interventions. This is just in those sorts of spaces, and that is a combination. I just want to be really clear. That is a combination of both self-managed claims and provider claims. It is a combination of the two.
Yeah. Okay. All right. The NDA, I just feel like that's not a lot, to be frank, given the investment, including $300 million in funding with the crackdown on fraud program. So that's just on the reviews, though, that you're saying.
That is prepayment reviews. That does not include manual payment reviews that have been implemented on providers and a deterrent effect.
So if I talk about that other program, the crackdown on fraud program, or more broadly the entirety of your remit, what's the value of the claims rejected in that same period, in that last 6 months, or the year to date, if you're able to provide that?
Yeah, again, I think the combination of all of the things, the combination of Fraud Fusion Task Force and crackdown systems uplifts and the prepayment reviews and the NPRs, that combination is the 3.4 billion that we've previously...
That's 3.4 billion in total.
Yep, and for you know, if I use the 24-25 annualised figure, it's 252 million saves, 478 million diverted. That's 24-25 annual. If 25-26 is 262 saves, 646 diverted. And please keep in mind, as I've said before, that does not, because there's a lag before you can count the benefit. That does not include interventions after September or December, depending on the intervention.
They haven't flowed through yet?
That's right.
Okay. Are you able to tell me, and I'm happy for you to take this on notice, how many providers has it directly exited from the scheme via these processes and the crackdown on fraud program in particular?
Yes, so in excess of 2,500 have stopped claiming, or some of those were, you know, there was a risk that we had some inactive providers. That the pattern was that, you know, syndicates or facilitators would set up providers and hold them as inactive, ready to claim, so they could wash to the next provider. So it's a combination of inactive and stop claiming, but 2,500 have no longer claim. That does not include the deterrent effect of other providers exiting for other reasons without even bothering to tell us. They just stop.
Sure.
So in some networks, you know, there might have been 20 or 30 or 40 providers. We've implemented NPRs on half of them, and the others have ceased. Have
left as well. Of their own, self-selected out. The Auditor General found in June that the NDIA committed in October 2023 to achieving savings and benefits from the crackdown on fraud program, and those commitments still hadn't been reported at that point in time to government or the Disability Reform Ministerial Council. Are you able to tell me whether they have as yet been reported?
Yeah, so that benefits figure that I described to you, the earlier versions of that benefit figure, because it gets revised each quarter, have been included in quarterly reports to the disability ministers, and you know, I think.
When was that reported?
I'd have to check which version of which quarterly report, but I suspect it would be in the December quarterly report. It may have been before that as well, but I will check. I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Their Deputy Chair, in the spirit of getting allowing everyone to ask their questions.
I'm in your hands, Chair, so whatever you decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dado.
Over to you, Ms. Berry.
Thank you. And I too have a question in relation to the program around crackdown on fraud. So can you give us an overall description of what has been delivered in that investment? How that project's gone? Was it on time? Was it on budget?
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. We designed that program around layers of defence and layers of improving the client experience. So the idea is that if you design a program really well, you improve the client experience while you're also improving the integrity of the system. So we had approximately 15 deliverables, 15 streams of deliverables that we promised to government. Those 15 stream deliverables reflect the building blocks that we think from Fraud Fusion Task Force make a program have more integrity. The first 3 streams were about improving identity for individuals and their nominees. The second one was about identity for providers, so putting my digital identity in front of the claiming portals. The third one was about the underlying identity architecture, so we could actually understand who's touching our systems. The fourth one was about building a better online interface for individuals. The fifth one was doing some adjustments in the online interface for providers and putting the building blocks in place for refreshing that in the future. The next one was about the mobile app, refreshing the mobile app and doing a new build of the mobile app. The next few were about things that happen behind the scenes. So if you think about us as an agency, we have to be able to move some data in and out. So we needed a proper gateway to be able to do machine-to-machine data exchanges. We didn't have a proper gateway, so we built a gateway for that sets us up for the future. We needed a data lake to store data and consume it. We needed an analytics engine. We needed to do some uplift in some of our PACE environments so that things were more visible related to integrity issues. We needed to build a fraud case management system. Our staff were working on some really, like our platforms to manage investigations cases were almost non-existent. And then some cyber resilience. We delivered all of those things on time within budget. The Department of Finance sent in a program closure review team to look at us. That team finished their audit about February, March this year, and we got a full green rating on every element of the program and an overall green rating. So on time, on budget, benefits realised, and program delivered on time.
Okay, thank you. And just in relation to Minister Butler's recent announcements around further investments in the payment system, we've had a lot of discussion today about the payment system. The additional capabilities which he has referenced, what will this program deliver? So it'd be great to get your perspective on that. How these capabilities will make non-compliance harder, and what this investment's going to mean for both the participant and provider experience.
So what's been announced is a new enrolment system within the agency to get more identifiable information, and also payments direct at point of service to the provider rather than through an intermediary. So as I flagged earlier, we can't go through the exact details of the measure, but the agency might like to talk about the benefits of changing that relationship.
I think it comes back to just, the journey here was to build the building blocks to make the system more transparent, so you got confidence for a participant, their nominee, a provider and the agency that everything, everyone has a common understanding about what's being funded, how it's being paid for, where the funds are flowing, and whether everyone agrees that those services are being delivered, and that you've got confidence that the providers playing in the space are the right providers. And if they're not, that we prevent them from entering or we exit them fast. Everything that's been announced is consistent with those building blocks and consistent with the journey we've already started. Those things I just rattled off were about improving the experience, improving transparency, improving confidence. We've started that journey. We see this as a natural extension of that journey.
Thank you. And just one final question, if that's okay, Chair.
No, go ahead. You actually have more time, Miss Berry, if you would like to ask another few questions.
I just have one more question, and this one is to the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. Our government has recently passed legislation to strengthen integrity and safeguarding. Could you explain how these measures are going to improve the scheme's integrity from your perspective?
Thank you. I will draw on colleagues from both agencies because we worked very closely with both of them on the introduction of these measures. So there's a range of integrity measures within that bill, many of which go to the kinds of issues we're talking about today, including the establishment of anti-promotion orders to ensure that businesses aren't advertising falsely. There's a range of other measures within the agency, but I might ask the Commission to run through a summary.
I'll invite Ms Chambers to respond.
Thank you. So the measures that relate to the increasing the powers for the NDIS Commission have related to a stronger and more graduated penalty framework. This has granted us new civil penalties as well as criminal offences to really address some of the significant breaches to the NDIS Act. We have referenced today the anti-promotion order. We see this as being a really critical piece to be able to enhance the integrity of the scheme and really tackle some of the issues related to consumer behaviour in the market that the ACCC touched on in their evidence earlier. That order is very much focused on addressing egregious behaviour that relates to the promotion of the use of participant funding in a way that it shouldn't be done, advertisement of SDA properties or specialist disability accommodation and over-exaggerating returns. We've been able to expand our banning order powers. We have seen issues within the sector around consultants and auditors, and these are really the front line of entry into the scheme and ensuring that quality providers are in the scheme. So those banning orders allow us to really tackle those issues. We've got stronger information gathering powers that allows us to act more quickly to gather information. Another area is enhancing our whistleblower protections. So really promoting those tip-offs and ensuring that there is protection for workers and others who want to make reports to the Commission. And our final one is around the use of evidentiary certificates, so making it easier for us to present evidence in court.
I guess from a holistic perspective, the introduction of this Act is absolutely central to ensuring that the NDIS Commission is a strong Commonwealth regulator capable of holding providers to account, which is needed now more than ever. This is a really important response to learnings of the last 10 years, and it will enable the Commission to be effective and efficient in its response to market behaviour that we have seen, like the anti-promotion orders, like the behaviour of auditors and other players in the market. This is absolutely central to delivering those regulatory tools to the market.
Thank you, Ms Wade. Thank you, Chair. That's it from me.
Thanks, Ms Berry. Over to you, Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll go back to Mr Dardo to kick off. He was going to get some additional figures over the lunch break. Have you managed to get those, Mr Dardo?
Thanks, Senator. I have. I will go through those and happy to take questions as we go. Of the 25 successful prosecutions, 24 were provider or provider collusion type cases, so they, heavy on the provider side. One was a staff member colluding with a provider. Okay.
Okay.
Of the 25, and these are only where sentencing has occurred. The 25 are actual prosecutions with sentencing. So there are others in the pipeline now where guilt has been determined but sentencing hasn't happened. They're not counted in the 25 at all, right?
Yep.
But for the ones where there's 25 with sentencing has occurred, 17 involved imprisonment. 3 of those were over 6 years, 1 was over 5 years, 4 were 4 years, and 9 were between 1 and 3 years. Now, keep in mind, they're rounded figures. You know, some were, 3 years and 3 months or 4 years and 2 months, but that's rounded figures. 18 cases involve restitutions with a total of 3.5 million. Let me just define restitutions for clarity. So those restitutions included either fines or reparations, right?
Yep.
Separate to that count of 18, there have been some cases where either the AFP's Criminal Asset Confiscation Task Force or a state-based crime commission has been involved in actions against assets. So, for example, in one of those cases, there was $1 million in restitution, but there was also 5 properties valued at $5 million seized through the court on behalf of, asset confiscation. In another case, where the New South Wales Crime Commission has issued a media release, the New South Wales Crime Commission, working with the FFT, actioned 36 properties, 2 luxury vehicles, shares and cash holdings, valued approximately at $40 million. Right? So there are examples of more of those in the pipeline or in process that we have not detailed here. So that gives, and then in terms of the types of offences, almost all of them related to fraud, but I just want to be specific. You know, the offences related to fraud could be they're different types of offences. It could be gaining financial advantage by deception, such as, claiming for supports not delivered, false invoices, ABN hijacking, or charges associated with proceeds of crime, or general dishonesty. But all of those you could clump up as fraud-related offences. So that's the majority. There were 2 cases where the specific findings were more about soliciting disclosure of protected agency information. So out of the 25, 1 was a provider soliciting information and 1 was a staff member releasing information. So 23 with fraud offences and then 2 with soliciting disclosure or releasing protected information.
Okay, thank you. So of those 25 cases, how many of those were registered providers?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. Are you able to tell us, because there are now cases where there is a conviction, are you able to list the names of the providers that were involved in the conviction?
I think most of these cases already have media releases released. I will take it on notice what we can and can't release that hasn't already been released.
Yep, okay, thank you. Thanks very much for those figures. So that is, you've given us restitution or basically fining figures. Can you tell us, so that was the consequence, if you like, of the procedural action, but what's the quantum of the amount of fraud that was the dollar value of the fraud that was the subject of those cases?
Yeah, if it's okay, Senator, that one is one we will take on notice, because we just there's some different figures in the data sets. We just want to make sure that we give you the correct version of those figures. So we will take that on notice and bring that back to you on notice.
Okay, thank you. Going back to the current investigations that you've got underway, there's about 660 from your evidence earlier. How many of those are into the top 10 largest providers, which the agency does collect that information, and it's publicly available on the website. So how many of the investigations at the moment relate to those largest providers?
So let me just clarify the figures. The 670 figures are active investigations in the Fraud Fusion Task Force.
Yep.
And what I must emphasise is that the Fraud Fusion Task Force is funded to do work not just on the NDIS, it's broader than the NDIS. So those numbers, the 662 active investigations, are broader than NDIS. About 400 odd investigations are NDIS specific, and then there's some that would have overlap with other government programs. So just there's a task force number versus NDIS.
Of course. So we'll take the 400 that's NDIS related. Of those, how many are registered providers?
I wouldn't have that figure at hand. I'd have to run an analysis on that.
Okay, well, if you could, because we are having a conversation right now about registration and the relevance and value of it in relation to fraud. So if you could take on notice of that 400 figure, how many are registered versus unregistered providers, and provide that to the committee. I might just ask the Quality and Safeguards Commission, while you're at the table as well, of the investigations that you have underway at the moment. Well, first of all, how many investigations are currently underway by the Quality and Safeguards Commission?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I will invite Deputy Commissioner Myers to respond.
Thank you, Associate Commissioner. Unfortunately, Senator, I don't have those figures on me at the moment, but I can take that on notice and get those to you.
Okay. Would you be able to tell me how many investigations you have underway just in relation to NDIS providers, rather than all investigations, just NDIS providers?
Yeah, I don't have those figures on me. We would separate out compliance inquiries separately to investigations where we're...
Yes, I know. Yes, I know you do. Yep. So I'm specifically asking about investigations in relation to... So you can't tell us how many investigations into providers you currently have ongoing at the moment?
That's correct. I can get those figures for you.
All right. Can you take that on notice? And again, could you tell us of that number, how many are registered versus unregistered providers? And get that to the committee. Thank you.
And Senator, sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Just to be clear, as you know, we only investigate providers and workers. So for us, unlike Mr. Dardo's data sets, it will all be related to providers. But we can consider registered and unregistered and provide that on.
Yes.
Yeah. No worries.
Yes, I'm sorry. The distinction I was making is, in this case, I'm not necessarily interested in, say, individual, potentially. I'm looking for NDIS providers as opposed to other issues within the Commission's remit that you may be investigating around individual support workers as opposed to actual provider entities themselves.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
That is a helpful clarification. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah. I mean, if you've got both sets of data, that's great. But in terms of the work for you to pull it together, my priority is to actually look at the entities themselves rather than the individuals. If that is a way in which you divide the data. Now, can I go to participant cohorts? Are there particular cohorts of NDIS participants that are more often the victims of provider fraud? And anybody can take that question.
Senator, I'll start. Scott speaking. We see it quite it's quite a broad range of participants. Quite often we do see more participants or more activity in supported independent living settings as well. Obviously, they're higher value plans. We often see in some of the sort of tip-offs coming through, we've spoken a bit about this around coercion, is to change using the support coordinators to change service providers. So we see a bit in the support coordination market. But I would see probably into the supported independent living area, all participants maybe into the sort of supported residential service, might not qualify for our full home and living package, but have other sorts of vulnerabilities into that cohort that we do see higher prevalence rates, especially in that coercion space. So, but I don't know if Mr. Dato's got any other insights, but that we do see that coming through the data quite strongly.
Okay. And in terms of the task force, noting that you do cover, you do work across more areas than just the NDIS, does the task force make policy recommendations to government?
I think, as we've noted in our submission, we've identified the sorts of things that have contributed to weaknesses in government programs, and in our submission, we've noted the sorts of things that would enable stronger building blocks for government programs. They're all listed in our submission, Senator, and I think that we've been very transparent about those sorts of building blocks.
Okay, so those are the building blocks of some of the changes that you would like to see. But I'm curious about this because Minister Butler, in his National Press Club address, said that the task force has identified 8 recurring design failures in long-standing government programs that make them susceptible to fraud, and that the NDIS possesses all 8. So I'm wondering what what those design failures are that you identified, and whether the changes that were addressed at the press club go to those design failures.
I don't know if it's available to you right now, but in the joint portfolio submission, the NDIA, the Department NDIA and NQSC submission on page 8 and 9, we list those 8 patterns of recurring deficiencies. Those patterns are about, the building and the designing and building of a government program. The rush deployment, lax entry standards, misaligned incentives, market design failures, complex design, unverified trust-based systems, weak enforcement, and the poor learnings from previous programs about how you design better programs. So they are listed in our submission, Senator.
And would you say that the changes, do the changes that have been outlined by the Minister go to each of those areas in the task force's view?
Well, what I would say is that, for some of those you can't undo them. You can't undo the fact that, a deployment has occurred, or that stuff has been developed. What you do then is you go to the next list on page 9, which is the building blocks about how you strengthen programs. And what I would say is, as we said earlier, the things that were announced for us are consistent with some of those some of the things that were announced. Not all of them are relevant to this, but some of the things that were announced are consistent with the building blocks that we have described on page 9 of the submission.
Okay, thank you, because you've just gone to precisely why I was asking those questions, which was, obviously, this inquiry is based around scheme integrity, and fraud is the topic of conversation, but there is also a broader conversation about changes in the scheme. Yep. My assumption is that some of the changes relate to, will be relevant to a fraud conversation, some won't, but what are the changes that you see as relevant to fraud and scheme integrity, so that we can identify then what is that and what is other aspects of change? So which are the ones that are relevant to this inquiry?
Senator, I ran through the list earlier. I'm happy to run through it again. But can I assure you, I think your assumption is correct that those building blocks do inform the policy work that we've been undertaking. It's worth noting that all three agencies at this table are members of the FFT. And of course, I guess dual-hatted in that role, so it absolutely feeds into our policy work. I'd also add that the Minister indicated that there's kind of this immediate package and legislation, but that more reforms will be needed to continue on this journey. So I wouldn't say that the list that I'll give you is a complete answer to all of the solution, but from our perspective, the Minister mentioned commissioning a plan management panel. We'll definitely go to the integrity things here, expanding mandatory registration to high-risk categories, the enrolment system with the NDIA, providing them with a basic level of identifiable information for providers, the new claims at point of sale system to ensure that providers are paid directly rather than through an intermediary, and the investigative enforcement capabilities expanded.
Okay, so I heard you give that list earlier. It wasn't clear to me the connection between fraud and some of those changes. Let's zero in on one, the direct commissioning that you mentioned there. Ms McKay expanded on this for one of my colleagues. In the plan management coordination space, there is a concentration of ownership among the 1,300 providers that do exist, providing about 40% of the provision within the sector. Precisely how does government commissioning that would replace a concentrated marketplace with a government-selected panel of providers, basically a government-chosen monopoly or exclusive dynamic, address an issue of market concentration?
Senator, it's Penelope McKay speaking. As I said before, and as you've said, there is a market concentration. We do have concerns about the long tail of small providers, but stepping back from that, we think that the plan management market is a really important part of the integrity ecosystem. Plan managers are responsible for checking the claims that they receive from providers before they make a submission to the agency, and we want to ensure that those plan managers are held to a really high standard. So the government has announced a commissioning process, and we are working with the government's announcement to look at how we can improve the integrity and quality and value for money that is received from the plan management market through that process.
So is the contention that commissioning will address fraud? Government-selected commission panels will address fraud. Have I understood that correctly? Because that was what was just listed by your colleague. It was mentioned as one of the things that would address fraud, and you've just restated what the intention of the policy is, but you've not made a fraud connection. So I'm wanting to know precisely how government commissioning of coordinators is an anti-fraud measure.
I think it was in our submission, Senator. I was just trying to find the reference, but I think it's worth noting that none of the measures I listed were specifically and solely contributed to fraud, and it is key that it is a part of a package, such as claims at point of sale being direct to the participant. Like, those two work hand in hand. What we see is, at the moment, plan managers are the ones doing good work are able to identify and track fraud, which Ms McKay might be able to expand on a little bit further, and have those tools in place, whereas that long tail that Ms McKay talked about maybe don't have those same protections in place.
No, I understand that. It's that you just identified it as a fraud measure, and now you're telling me it's not necessarily a fraud measure. So I'm just trying to identify precisely what is a fraud measure. Fraud is the topic we're discussing. So is commissioning, direct commissioning of these types of providers an anti-fraud measure or not?
I might talk to it with some indicators that are in our submission, if that's okay, Senator. On page 14 of our submission, we describe some of the indicators that we've seen in the plan manager market. And in that plan manager market, we have about 90% of the smallest 1,000 plan managers having fraud indicator risk flags. We have been doing audits of some of those smallest, the smallest 1,000, and overwhelmingly they're failing the audits, and they've got we're talking quite significant failures. We're talking, they've been claiming with no evidence provided by a participant or a provider. We're talking that they're facilitating claiming that is clearly inconsistent with the scheme. They're paying themselves as a downstream provider for no services provided. Like, we're talking quite significant failures of audits. Now, in addition to that, when we look at the systems that those smallest 1,000 have, they have insufficient systems to do appropriate collection, treatment and detection of claims. And we are not seeing that just in the smallest 1,000, we're seeing it in above the 1,000 as well. So the idea that an open market is serving participants or serving the scheme, I think has been debunked for that particular market, for the plan manager market. Clearly there would be different ways you could attempt to tidy up the plan manager market. The government announcement on commissioning in the plan manager market is one of the options available to clean up that market.
We will need to leave it there, Senator Steele, John. We will need to leave it there.
I've got one additional question.
Well,
Chair.
we are a bit pushed for time, so can you please make it brief?
Yep. A reasonable person would ask how a direct government intervention commissioning in a dynamic where you've already identified some flaws in those providers would actually solve that problem. But given the limited time, I need to ask for clarity on one of the key statistics that has been contributed in the last few weeks in relation to the NDIS. So it has been quoted by many government members, including the Prime Minister, that 4 in 10 children in a classroom are on the NDIS. Could the agency please confirm whether 4 in 10 school-aged children are NDIS participants?
Senator Scott speaking. I can take the number of breakdown. I haven't got the numbers with me, but we can give you the breakdown of the number of participants by age and provide that to the panel.
Oh, yeah, because I've got them here in front of me, and it says
I think
the highest rate of NDIS participation was kids of 6 years old, and you recorded about 11% of them on the NDIS.
Right, we'll have to get that clarified, Senator Steele, John, and we do need to move on because we do have other members who are very keen to ask their questions. So if we could move on to Mr Pike, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got a range of questions in relation to different aspects of the submission. Firstly, just in relation to the figure that Mr Data gave us earlier this morning around the 8.2 to 8.3% of the value of payments within the scheme falling within that integrity leakage sort of category. And I note that on page 11 and 12 of the submission, you've got a range of categories, if you like, of different scenarios where you would end up with in what would be classified as integrity leakage, stuff from, claim errors through to, attempts to circumvent benchmark prices through to, non-compliance with, weekend rates, weekday support, etc. And you've got a range of different categories there. I'm just wanting to get a sense as to how much of those, obviously you've got a capacity to drill into the detail there. I'm just wondering, do you have figures on how much of that 8.2 to 8.3% falls within those sort of categories? Or do you use another category system to sort of determine the nature of those integrity leakages?
Look, I can take that on notice. But what I might do is just try and describe two things that I think are really important to recognise. When something is detected, it may actually have a couple of risk vectors attached to it. Like it may actually look like it may be coming from a couple of different directions, and you could define it in a couple of different ways. And so we have almost like a cascading model of how we classify it, so we don't count it twice. What we don't want to do is detect something and go, we've detected it here, but we've also detected in this other statistical data set, and we're going to count the same thing twice. And so all I would say is, even if I give you the breakdown, it's not going to be pure, because you've got to make a call about counting it in one or the other, even though it could appear in both, if that makes sense. So the breakdown, the 8.3 is a way to get a unique figure count. The 8.3 breakdown will not necessarily give you a pure attribution to a specific risk vector, because some of those have multiple, you could attribute it in 3 different ways. The second thing to note, which again we're very clear about on page 12, is there are some things we absolutely do not count and cannot yet estimate. Our systems are not mature enough or sophisticated enough, and you cannot statistically extrapolate to the full 45 billion of the scheme for some of those things we do not count and do not provision for. So they are detailed on page 12, and I just want to be really clear that 8.3% does not include, because we cannot count and extrapolate, some of those things that are detailed on page 12.
So your evidence was that 8.3% was the figure that was associated with integrity leakage, but that didn't include then these matters: losses associated with falsified identity to gain NDIS access, falsified or exaggerated evidence for access, losses associated with complex collusion. They seem pretty significant categories to not include within integrity leakages. Are these things that just you have no way of monitoring, or I'm assuming that you're picking up these things as you're undertaking the work of the task force. Why aren't they being measured?
As I said, you may pick them up and you may prosecute cases for them or prosecute providers for them, or you may implement manual payment reviews on providers that facilitate this sort of thing. What we cannot do yet, we are working towards it as we build up more robust systems. But remember, the systems uplift has only been running since February 2024. It got announced, funded, and we started building in February 2024. You can't. We are not yet at a mature enough stage to be able to statistically extrapolate the things we see there into any form of reasonable indicator across a $45 billion scheme. We will get there, we just can't do it today.
Well, perhaps on notice then, would you be able to put, and I understand the issue with overlapping data, right, and that something might not fit neatly within one category, but could you, we've been tasked with trying to get to, some recommendations in relation to fraud in this system. So any detail that you could provide us in terms of trying to categorise how much of that 8.3% is, very serious fraud, how much is, errors, and I'll leave you the freedom of trying to determine the classifications, but anything that you can do to try to break down how many of the cases there are within those, some subcategories, how much the dollar value is within each of those subcategories, how many providers are involved, any information that you can provide that gives us a greater level of detail would be really good. And of course, what we'd be particularly keen on, and I'm worried about the sophistication of the systems now, but how many years we can go back with that data as well would be helpful, because we want to see what the trends are. And that, I might have a question on that later, but we want to see if there's a particular area that's growing. Are people making more inadvertent errors? Are people making less? Are we seeing more serious, fraud in a particular category? So anything you could find us on notice would be appreciated on that front.
Yep. Thank you.
In your submission on page 13 and 14, it states that over 90% of the smallest 1,000 plan managers are have fraud risk indicator flags, and yet plan managers are generally not required to upload evidence with every claim they submit. If that's the case, how do you even begin to detect fraud when it comes to those who are not generally required to upload evidence?
Yeah. The first thing I would note is that there are some different types of interventions that have been applied to those plan managers. At the lightest touch is that we are picking examples of claims from them and doing prepayment reviews and saying, hey, you've lodged this claim, can you please go show us the evidence you've collected as part of your claiming to us? That is the lightest touch. A slightly more intrusive is that we will do an audit and we will go in and look at their systems and do a more sophisticated audit. At a slightly higher level of intervention is if we're really concerned and have sufficient concerns, we may implement a manual payment review. We say we won't pay you any money unless you evidence each claim. And we would generally apply that where there are some indicators of that plan managers doing systemic things that are really problematic. Now, I will emphasise, before we implement manual payment reviews, we have a process where we assess the risk to participants that are using those plan managers or any other providers that we're implementing it on. And so there's a participant safeguarding risk assessment that's done before we implement an MPR. And even after we implement a manual payment review, it may be that in parallel we've had to do things to move participants to other claiming models or other providers to manage the risk to participants. So there are things happening in parallel. At the most serious end, we will prosecute individuals or plan entities associated with plan managers that are corrupt. So there is a range of things there. What I would flag is it is unsustainable going forward that we cannot see the evidence coming through the plan manager channel, and that is clearly one of the things that you would expect the digital claiming process to fix.
That was going to be my next question, but I might. I asked you this morning, Mr. Data, around obviously obstacles that are in the way to greater collaboration between the departments to try to help assist you and your team do the work that's required. On page 15 of the submission, the statement's made that many are able to evade detection by exploiting gaps between departments by poor data sharing, and this has been impacted by legislation. I might throw it open to the other witnesses if there's any other legislative or regulatory barriers that have been identified that you would point us in that direction to say, hey, if we can resolve this, we're going to be able to detect a lot more fraud.
Chair, if it pleases, before we answer that question, the Commission has a submission with respect to plan managers, and I'll hand over to Ms Chambers to provide that for your assistance.
So just on the plan management market, we've worked closely with the agency around using their data to improve our assessment practices at registration. Plan managers are required to be registered with us, so we've enhanced our assessments with an emphasis on competency and those screening requirements. So we've lifted the bar for qualification and competency in the market, and so we're now starting to see some improvements in that particular market.
Thank you, Chair.
Minister Catherine Myers, Deputy Commissioner at the Quality and Safeguards Commission. With our enhanced registration assessment, we wrote to all existing plan managers, and so as part of their re-registration process, they will go through the enhanced registration assessment. In relation to applications for plan management that we had on hand, with the enhanced assessment, what we saw was quite a significant number of applicants withdraw their application for plan management services, and we have also declined to register a number who couldn't meet the new requirements that we have put in place. Some of those requirements are also formal declarations about that their key personnel understand their obligations, including payment integrity obligations. So the work that we have done with the NDIA and better understanding the risk profile of this segment of the market has resulted in further due diligence and improvements to our assessment processes.
Thank you. Just in relation to that last question I asked, did anyone have any insights as to the gaps between information sharing between departments and any legislative barriers or legislative obstacles that you're facing in terms of trying to detect fraud?
I will just repeat what I said earlier today, which is while the Fraud Fusion Task Force has been exceptional in intent, collaboration, leaning in, and the capability we've built, it is still a reactive focused capability for data sharing. To get to a preventative capability, you clearly will, it is a different type of data sharing which exists in other systems. So I will just leave that at that level.
Okay. It was mentioned earlier the fraud tip-offs that have been received across the system. I'm just wondering if there's any measure on that. Do people, is it reported, or do you maintain information on how many fraud tip-offs are received from the public, whether they're participants or providers or plan managers or just random people in the community who've got something to say?
I can take that question for tip-offs that come to the NDIA. If you just give me a moment, I will just bring that data up. In terms of what we'll start with on tip-offs is when we started looking at how tip-offs were coming into the agency, there wasn't a really robust way for those tip-offs to be captured or treated. And so we, as part of the crackdown on fraud systems uplift, one of the things was we actually changed the way we capture tip-offs. So we codified the tip-off system so that you can actually have a codified capture mechanism. And that codified capture mechanism captures fields that can then be properly ingested, stored, treated, searched, and create an archive. So that you can actually create patterns that you can see, and you can link it to existing cases, past tip-offs, providers, as opposed to the system that was there before. So can I just flag there was an enormous investment in just getting that tip-off system upgraded. We've got, as of about 14,500 tip-offs that were lodged in a 6-month period up until 31 December 2025. About 60% relate to providers, 35% relate to participants or nominees. So it's a 60% providers, 35% participants or nominees. In terms of source of tip-offs, about 30% are from staff, 26% are anonymous, 17% are from providers, and 8% are from participants.
And from staff, do you mean NDIA staff?
NDIA staff, yep. Or it could be partner staff, partners in the community staff. In terms of the types, the analysis of those tip-offs, about 84% relate to claims and payments, 40% relate to provider access and suitability, and 13% relate to manipulation and consumer fraud. And the reason those figures don't add up to 100% is sometimes tip-offs overlap on multiple fronts. And in terms of the most common detail underneath that, about 28% of support's not provided, 23% support's not entitled, 14% are about seeking to inflate and cash out a plan, 40% are for claims that supports a present a risk to the participant or others, so risk type tip-offs. 26% are for claims that are outside normal business practice and suspicious, and again, those numbers will not add up to 100%.
Mr. Dardo, are you reading from a publicly available document, or is that something you provided to the committee? I'm just wondering if there's...
It's not, but I'm happy. I'm happy to provide it out of session.
Okay, good if you could. Yeah, that sounds very comprehensive. And I get a lot of complaints about the lack of communication when someone does make a tip-off. If someone, particularly a plan manager, who might be, looking after, a range of different clients and looking across, seeing practices that they think are not appropriate. Could you just outline, one of the witnesses outline, what is the, what's the protocol? What information are you able to share with people once they've made a complaint about the status of that investigation or where that's up to? What's best practice and where are we up to with that sort of process? Because it would be, it's a common theme that I'm picking up in my interaction with the community on this topic.
Yeah. What I would call out is that the first thing is in the new tip-off system that we've now implemented, there is a receipt number provided with the tip-off, so there is a reference number provided with the tip-off and an acknowledgement of the tip-off, which is a shift from the old system that used to exist. And we implemented that in May 2025 as part of CEDOF systems uplift. So there's an acknowledgement, a receipt, and a receipt number provided. The feedback that can go to the participant is dependent on the nature of the tip-off. If the tip-off is anonymous, clearly we're not able to go back. We don't go back. But if the tip-off is generic about a provider or provider claiming and not specific to the participant's plan, generally we would not go back to the participant as an example. If the tip-off is about the participant's plan, like funds that were taken out of their plan, and therefore we need to do something about their funds and their plan, then we will go back to the participant to look at what we need to do to provide those funds back into their plan if a provider has defrauded that plan. The range of so that gives you a sense. There's a spectrum there of what we can and can't do. And it's the same for plan managers. There are examples where we cannot go back and do not go back to plan managers because we cannot share with them what we've done with a participant or a provider. Now, they may see a visible outcome in that a provider's been NPR'd and exits, or they may see a visible outcome in that we've moved a participant to agency managed, but we cannot often share with them the outcome of a tip-off. The most important thing to stress is that a tip-off coming in doesn't of itself mean that there is a fraud. A tip-off coming in might be an indicator. It might not actually be anything, like we go look at it and we go, there's nothing there. It might be that it's an education intervention, like an education letter. It might be that there's a review of a payment or a claim and an intervention for that specific claim, but no broader systemic issue, all the way through till it may result in a criminal investigation. So please don't assume that there is a correlation between tip-off numbers and criminal investigations. That's not a valid, correlation.
Can I just add, from the perspective of the Commission, with respect to data sharing and information sharing between the agency and the Commission, that has significantly matured over recent years, and the relationship between the agency and the Commission, where there are significant concerns of fraud, both within the FFT work that you have spoken about at length today, but also in collaboration between agency and Commission, is strong and is comprehensive, particularly around participant safeguarding, ensuring that when we do see fraud occur, that participants are safe, but also ensuring that there is the specific response from the Commission with respect to banning or deregistering providers from the market, which is something only we are able to do. So that information sharing is really important to the efficacy of the way in which we build integrity into the system.
Thank you. That's good to hear. A question for the department. Obviously, we've got a big tranche of reform that's going to be coming through, and the Minister's indicated that it could be introduced as soon as the next sitting week. Can I just get an indication as to what level of consultation has been had in relation to the reforms that the Minister outlined a couple of weeks ago, and has the department been involved with those consultations?
I would answer that question and say, well, obviously there's a range of measures announced and they've probably all got different specific answers to them, and I probably can't go into the specifics of any of those, but I would point out that, as the Minister indicated, a lot of the package was heavily informed by the independent review of the NDIS, as well as the Disability Royal Commission, and are consistent with the findings of those, and some may respond directly to recommendations, others to kind of the lessons learnt. So I don't have the stats in front of me, but both those bodies had thousands of submissions. In terms of the consultation on specifically what might be in the legislation, I'd have to take that on notice, again, because there are a range of measures in there. In terms of the bill itself and any consultation, I'd have to say that's a decision for government on the legislative process.
If you could take that on notice, that would be very helpful.
Mr. Pike, if you could make this your last question, because in the interest of time, we have one more member to ask their questions.
No, that's all right, Chair. I'll leave it there then. Thank you very much.
Look, thank you very much. You're doing well, everyone. Thank you for your time today. You're doing your best to answer all the questions, and we do appreciate it. I'd now like to hand over to Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for our witnesses. I would like to go back. We've had a bit of discussion this afternoon about plan management, and I'd like to just touch back on plan management if I could. So we did touch earlier that there have been some announcements around some changes to come around commissioning of panels to do with plan managers and also support coordinators. Obviously that work is an active piece of work at the moment, but I would just like to get a bit of a picture around what greater integrity measures we think that we might be able to ascertain from having plan managers go through a process where they need to be on a panel. I imagine there would be a process of registration, there would be some eligibility to get onto that panel. Could you talk me through what that might look like in general terms if that work is still underway?
It might be easier to talk about other systems, and how other systems give you more confidence about things that do and don't connect up. You would imagine that if we're trying to build transparency, that we want our systems to be more connected to our plan manager systems. Mm-hmm. And that we would expect to see that whole pipeline to be transparent. So if they're seeing a claim and evidence for that claim, we're seeing the evidence for that claim.
So you're talking like digital payment systems?
If you're building a digital payment system, then you would expect that there is, like I said before, the transparency for the participant, for the plan manager, for us and for the provider is consistent, mm-hmm. close to real time. You've got confidence that a claim has come in, you've got confidence of the fields associated with it, you've got confidence of the evidence associated with it. The participant can see what the plan manager can see and what we can see, mm-hmm. and the provider can see it. And if there are risks associated with it, the plan manager system is mature enough to say, hey, we're consuming some risk indicators from the agency and presenting them in the same way we now present it, to participants. So that sort of transparency of system, the system's connected up, transparency of claims, transparency of evidence, transparency of payments, status of payments. That requires quite significant and mature capabilities in the whole supply chain. If you're trying to build integrity in your plan manager space and you're trying to build that mature capability in the supply chain, you know, that's very different to a free market offer where you let almost anyone join and come in and make a claim. It's a very different sort of solution, very different sort of standard. So, you know, I think a panel approach would allow you to describe the requirements.
Do you have any thoughts about? I guess the work of this committee is to look at perhaps at some recommendations back to government. So, are there any particular requirements that would be beneficial for plan managers to have to meet?
You would just need to look at other systems where money is flowing out or money is being claimed. Know your client, basic requirement for, you know, places that are facilitating significant amounts of money to flow. You know, multi-factor authentication on the front of portals that are provided by, you know...
That's a lot of the technical side of things. I guess what I'm trying to go to, because we talked a little bit earlier about conflicts, and we've got people who are plan managers at the moment who are wearing different hats as well, and they're dealing with 100-odd plans, and then on the side they might be also providing provider services, or they might be a service coordinator who's also providing services. When we talk about requirements through a panel process or a commission panel process, would we be looking at dealing with some of those conflicts? And I would hope that we are, and if we're not there, I want you to tell me that so we can pass that information back to government to tighten up some of that panel work that's going on. I suppose that's what I'm trying to get at.
Senator, they're really important questions, and obviously government made the announcement last week, but we will need further guidance from government about what they want to achieve through the panel and what the process will be. Currently, plan managers, as the Commission said, are required to be registered, but there are 3,000 of them, not all active, so a very large number. If we had a panel type arrangement, we could set standards that go over and above what the standards are for registration. So I think in terms of your question, recommendations around the types of higher standards we might expect to see in a panel would be a really terrific contribution. And I think conflicts of interest is one such area where there'll need to be further debate. Currently, plan managers are allowed to provide services in other areas, and as long as they manage that conflict of interest. So, investigation of whether that is appropriate when there's a panel arrangement with a smaller number of plan managers is exactly the sort of question we should be asking. So if registration is a minimum standard, a panel would require a higher standard. What is it that would require over and above the current registration process to ensure that plan managers are meeting the integrity standards that we expect?
Thank you. We did just touch on registration there, so I might just jump into some of those announcements over the last week about expanding the mandatory registration for providers. I was surprised to read in your submission that only 1 in 16 NDIS providers are registered, and as a result subject to less oversight and compliance, and they're not required to report serious incidents. So can you talk me through what that mandatory registration process might look like? Again, I appreciate that you're 1 week into a new announcement and you're probably very busy beavering away at it, so happy if you want to talk in general terms as well.
I might just start, because I just want to add as well to the previous answer of plan management, and this also goes to the evidence to Senator Steele-John earlier. I think there's important clarification in listing the measures, and we've used the term fraud. As evidence has indicated, we're maybe that's a shortcut. Sometimes we are talking fraud and integrity because not everything is fraud. There's obviously integrity leakage, so I want to clarify that. But also that none of the measures we listed are solely fraud measures, to go directly to Senator Steele-John's question. Something like plan management commissioning, as you heard from Ms McKay, is as much about improving the quality of the service and having more oversight that those providers are meeting that quality. It's more that it is a measure that will assist with fraud rather than being a fraud measure, if I could just add to that.
No, I think that's a
Managed registration is very much the same thing. Obviously, we can't talk specifically about last week's announcement, but noting that the government did announce an expansion to supported independent living and platform provider, that might be a good basis to talk to you about how the Commission might go about uplifting registration.
Thank you for that question. So the mandatory registration changes, particularly in reference to supported independent living and platform providers, will allow us to have greater visibility of the market. It'll really see us be able to implement stronger safeguards for participants, particularly in that supported independent living space where often we've talked about conflict of interest, but there are those vertical integration of supports, and by that I mean that a single provider might be providing all of the supports to a participant, and we see that as a very high risk approach. We'll have improved quality and consistency. So with the SIL mandatory registration and platform providers, with SIL we've created new practice standards that talk to practice governance. They talk about supported decision making. There is work around conflict of interest, which is very much about having service agreements in place that outline the expectations of the participant in how their services are delivered and how providers will manage those conflicts. And then finally, we've talked a lot about the visibility of the market. So really having that transparency and accountability across all of those services. It then allows us to regularly audit and check in on service delivery, but essentially it gives us the ability to enforce compliance with our reportable incidents scheme, which we can act on that goes to really significant cases of violence, abuse and neglect.
So registration as a tool is a significant way in which you drive visibility and quality through the market, ensuring that participants can access quality and safe services. But it's important to remember that providers are not only the workers on the ground, they are organisations often that are built on governance structures, and the visibility of those governance structures is really important. So reforms around key personnel and other players within a provider that will be caught through registration schemes is really central to the Commission's work to ensure that we see who is in a provider and what they are doing to contribute to the delivery of quality and safe services.
Thank you. My last couple of questions just go to around, again, I think Mr Pike talked about this before, we are looking at recommendations this committee can provide to government. So I want to ask you around, we heard a little bit earlier about there being an issue around inducements and kickbacks being paid. Is that something that we need to strengthen further with penalties or offences in the Act to really drive some further reform in that area?
The agency might be able to talk more about the problem we're seeing, but I do think it's probably safe to assume that that's an area that could be strengthened.
Sure.
Kind of can't go into where the government might be thinking there, but the agency might be able to talk about the problem.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I mean, it's really abhorrent behaviour. I was personally contacted about a month ago from a really reputable provider who's been in the market for a long time, who's being their participants being offered up to $40,000 to move to another service provider who was also registered we quickly had a look at all those participants and did some work from a safeguarding and welfare perspective. But and we quickly worked with the Commission on this too, around how I mean, this is not an NDIS support. If you're using NDIS funds to offer incentives, you're breaching the Act already because they're not NDIS supports. And any powers the Commission have, they act swiftly on, and they can talk to some of the other that's been recently introduced in the bill as well about what will give them some additional powers, and as Mr Schaefer said, what more might come down the pipeline. But it is something we would like to see eradicated. These are really unscrupulous providers behaving really poorly to very vulnerable people, and we do a lot now to act. As I said, for us it's about participant safeguarding and risk and harm minimisation, and so we act swiftly around those and we're here for those things, but they are becoming more prevalent. I think the latest batch of reforms that Assistant Commissioner Wade might talk to might go some way, but there may be more that could be done.
Thanks so much. It's a really important point. We're deeply concerned about that sort of behaviour in the market, and we're very much looking forward to using our new powers under the anti-promotion orders to ensure that we can curb and eradicate that behaviour in the market. It is significant, and under the new penalty framework, we'll be able to attract significant civil penalty, which we will certainly pursue. But I might invite Deputy Commissioner Chambers to expand.
So the anti-promotion orders, as I gave evidence earlier, really address the behaviour that we're seeing in the market around promoting unscrupulous behaviour related to advertising, particularly around, we see it as with participants and asking them to use their plan in ways that that isn't in alignment with the Act. We see that this power will really allow us to act on things like, as I gave evidence earlier, around SDA inducements, where providers advertise things like furniture and cashbacks and areas like that, but there's still a way to go around addressing that behaviour.
Okay, thank you. Chair, that's all I had, so I'm happy to pass back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I just had a couple of questions before we close. Prior to 2022, is it correct to say that the NDIA required no substantiation of claims, and has it improved in regards to screening of claims for basic compliance?
Thank you, Chair. I think it is very fair to say that our systems prior to 2022 were very immature. They have matured considerably since that time. I think Mr Dado has given a lot of evidence around that. I think the introduction of the legislation in 2024 around NDI supports has further strengthened some of those. We've already talked about the forward work plan of continuing to strengthen the claims and payments and the digital uplift through the crackdown on fraud program. So there has been a very significant maturing. We're not there yet. We have more work to be done, but it has come a long way since 2022.
And in relation to figures, I've read some figures that show there has been a substantial increase in the number of warrants served since 2022. Is that correct? And do you have figures regarding that?
Yes, Chair. I think in the 4 calendar years, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021 combined, like the 4 whole years, I think it's about 30 warrants were executed. And in last calendar year, so 2025, just 1 year, we did 77. And this year will exceed that. So it's a very significant increase in speed and tempo.
Thank you. And the one point that you have quite a number of witnesses here have talked about the need for data sharing and collection and the ability for that data to be used to improve the system. Would anyone like to just elaborate on that and the need for it?
I would just say this. you know, 660,000 claims a day is a lot of claims. You know, there's several 100,000 participants, there's a couple of 100,000 providers. This is not a scheme that you can audit or prosecute into compliance. You, by definition, if you want to build integrity into the design, you've got to do more things at the front to know who is claiming, what they're claiming for, whether it's consistent with what we need, whether they've got, you know, attributes that make them look like a genuine provider. You can't over time build integrity into this scheme through audit or prosecution. It must be done through design at an earlier point in time, and data is part of that.
Right.
I would just add to that it's also very central to recognise that the NDIS as a program doesn't operate as the only social program, and there are other programs across the care and support economy which we see at the Commission to intercept as our colleagues at the agency would. An example of that is the family daycare sector recently has referred into us a number of providers which we have been able to remove from the NDIS market, which has been a reflection of where data sharing works well, but emphasises the need for data sharing across social public policy programs in the Commonwealth to be a central design point, as Mr. Dardo has said.
Well, look, thank you very much. I think as it's now 2:30, I would like to thank everyone for this very constructive discussion. There has been much that we've done. Oh, I apologise. Is there one? Who's got the question? Oh, Deputy Chair, my apologies. We'll hand over you to ask a final question.
Thank you. I just had a quick follow-up to that comment, Mr. Dardo. You noted that you can't retrofit these fraud measures. Did I understand you correctly, because they hadn't initially been built into the system? Could you just expand on that so I understand a little bit better? Or we can't build in now what wasn't there before, so we actually have to effectively recreate the way people engage with the system? Is that what you're saying?
No. I apologise if that's how it came across. No, I think the question was in relation to the reference in Minister Butler's speech about the 8 recurring deficiencies that enable things to be, well, you know, rush deployment was one of those deficiencies. I can't go back now and undo rush deployment. So there's no point talking about rush deployment. What we should be doing now is looking at the building blocks and saying, from today, going forward, what are the building blocks that we need to improve, rather than looking, you know, looking at the reason why the scheme wasn't optimally designed.
Why wasn't there to begin with?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter now, it's too late.
Yeah. I think that and it's the same with a couple of the other things in there, you know, like there's no point trying to go back now and rehash why those things may or may not have been there. If we're looking forward, what we really should be doing now is looking at the building blocks about how we build into the future. That's all I was trying to say.
What are those other couple of things that you reference?
Oh, well, you know, like poor Australian public service institutional memory and agility. Like that again, it's no specific individual's fault, but the fact that, you know, if we're designing government programs, we should be learning from other programs, family daycare, childcare, and others, and we should be building those learnings into new schemes. Us going back and trying to fix that retrospectively there's no point now. Like that was a contributing factor. What we now need to do is build forward.
Yeah, so essentially there are a number of systemic problems when it was first initiated that we can't reverse and fix now. We just have to deal with them and find ways to ensure that those problems are, as we move forward, contained, and moving forward we create ways to ensure they don't keep occurring, but we can't rebuild those elements or change those elements. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you know, the mission here is build the best possible scheme for participants to make sure that those that need it are getting the services and supports they need. That's the mission. It should be gorgeous. It should be, you know, it should be well designed. those building blocks help deliver that.
Okay, thank you. And one very last question. Just, I meant to ask this earlier.
Because we're running over
It
time.
is going to be so quick, Chair, you'll be so pleased. I just want to know, is contacting at-risk participants? I've been disconnected.
Oh.
I think I've gone.
No, you're back.
I'm back?
Yeah, we can't see you, but we can hear you, so please continue.
I got me back? Yeah, perfect. Is contacting at-risk participants standard NDIA practice during a manual payment review? Just a quick yes or no. It's a question I asked the Commission before.
Absolutely.
I think it's excellent. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So, as I've just said, very constructive discussions. There is much that we need to do to improve the systems and, in turn, the integrity of the scheme so that it benefits participants and the community's confidence in the scheme. Look, I think the word building blocks, Mr Dardo, is very worth saying, that it's been a scheme that is now over a decade in practice, and we know that the scheme is so valuable, and we get told this by participants all the time. But what we need to do is put in the building blocks, put them in place so that we can be proud of this scheme and it survives and looks after people into the future. So there's always the politics that comes into any policy. But one thing I'd like to say about all the committee members, I really believe we want the best scheme we can have, and that's what our government, which founded the scheme, we certainly want that. And I think that moving to things like mandatory registration for 90% of providers, commissioning, plan management and support coordination, on top of the other reforms that have been put in place, are putting us in the right place. It is not perfect. We need to continue to build the blocks, and things like data collection and analysis and being able to scrutinise that those are involved in provision for the scheme. It's very important. But the final thing I'd like to point out, and something that Mr McNaughton, you raised, is that the majority of providers are doing the right thing, and we want to thank them for the work they do. And we also want to acknowledge the participants, their plans. We need to keep them informed, help educate them about, what is required in actually making a claim themselves, because many are vulnerable. So thank you for your time today. It's been very good to have you.
Chair, can I, just clarify one thing you said, because you referenced 90% of payments for registration. The reference from Minister Butler in the speech was that 90% of payments would go to registered providers rather than 90% of providers, because the distribution of payments across providers is not even. There's many who provide very, very small amounts. So the reference was to 90% of payments rather than 90% of providers.
Okay, well, I appreciate your clarification of that point. Thank you very much. So just in closing, we thank you all for your attendance today and your contribution. As we've mentioned earlier, witnesses, there's been some questions asked of you if put on notice. If you could actually provide those to the Secretariat by the 15th of May, and please liaise with the Secretariat if there's any further time required. I would like to thank my committee members who have done a great job today. Appreciate your time and dedication, and also to the Secretariat who always provide us with such great support. And also thank you to Hansard Broadcasting who have been broadcasting us live today. And the committee now stands adjourned at 2:38.